I really wish I would clear my throat before starting the stream. And it still says that I'm hosting No Virtue, who is a fine broadcaster, but not the one I want to be hosting right now. I want to host myself. All right, there we go. Stream is ready to go. I do apologize for the delayed start. I know I'm coming in like 1 minute before the deadline, and there's no excuse really. It's just I actually didn't get any sleep last night, and like I mean did not get any sleep last night. So I decided to order dinner rather than make it to try and make up for lost time. And I've generally just been trying to get myself a bit of, I don't know, like a bit of pep. Excuse me. And yeah, it's definitely a it's been a bit of a struggle. So I did want to take the time to make sure that I was at least fed and ready to go, and the rest of it will carry on. I mean, as I've said before, the enjoyment of a game is not just dominating it the whole time. In fact, generally I tend not to like games that are like that because while there may be something interesting about sort of overcoming challenges on the first try. If you constantly do it, chances are it's because you're not really challenging yourself. A lot of my data projects are the products of failure, not success, and it is through those failures that I ultimately come to the thing that I'm really happy with. So it is in that spirit that I'm going to justify my dubious plays in Hollow Knight today. But we're in the Coliseum of Fools. This is going to be something of a baptism of fire for me. So we're on the third phase. I couldn't quite deliver last broadcast. I'm actually going to have a sip of coffee while it's still hot. I couldn't quite deliver last broadcast. So there's, sorry, I just want to refamiliarize myself with the controls. So I have a feeling I'll probably have some warm-up to get myself to where I was last broadcast. On the other hand, last broadcast I was also very like I'd been going for 7 or 8 hours. So maybe I'm still tired, but I'm not tired from like having streamed the whole time. So I don't know. We'll see whether or not it works out. Trial of the Fool. Fight for Geo and the glory of being a fool. Place a mark and begin the trial. Yes. I'm genuinely worried that I don't remember certain controls for like heal and stuff like that, but I'll figure it out. I think my bigger worry right now is to remember the phases and just generally keep myself alive. Oops. Well, I'll get an education on healing in a minute. Oof. Okay, I gotta smarten up. What am I doing? Well, I'm not totally dead yet. All right, back to equilibrium. It's fun to just run into all this stuff like it's new again. I'm totally forgetting about all these additions. This one in particular likes to throw a bunch of surprises at you. So I'm going to take out the one and then I'll heal up. I should still be able to get enough souls from chipping away at it. I think there's spikes that come up, yeah. Oh. Foolishness. I've never had one of those things charge me before. Okay, so I'm making some sloppy mistakes. That's definitely going to come and haunt me in later phases. But I'm at least moving between phases with some pretty reasonable... Like, I've got more or less a full cache of souls when the time comes for a transition. That was foolish. Okay. Oh, I thought I could do a last-minute escape. That was not the right call. Shameful. Oh, that's right. Okay. So the helmets of these guys make them inaccurate. So this should be a chance for me to get some heals in as long as I'm not too reckless. The not too reckless question, of course, is a something of a hard sell on this round. I forgot there's another phase of these guys. Yeah, I definitely, it's weird, like, I did okay the first time I did this, so I would have thought that even though these are, you know, are going to feel new to me just because of the, you know, the fact that it's been over a week since I last ran into them, I'm really making some rookie mistakes. Anyways, one minor goal of having sort of good health moving into the next phases is helping me out. I also need to learn to be a little less... so I've noticed that I'm actually able to be a little more aggressive than my play is sort of indicated. And I think that's just usually because I'm very risk-averse in a lot of the moves that I do. But there can be some advantages to me really, like, pushing hard on the bad guys. Damnation. Oh, tricky. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna get hit. I'm really doing the enemy's work for them at this point. Deadly accuracy. Okay, I might be able to sneak a couple heals in. It looks like they're caught on something. No, not enough. Alright, I'll take it. It feels a little cheesy, but I seem to remember being high up helped me out last time. Oop. I misjudged that. So I should be a little more scared of the person in armor. Okay, at least they're on the same side now. So I didn't realize that it was actually this easy to take these figures on. I always thought their movements were a little more sophisticated than what I just run into, so... Okay. Should be able to get at least one heal in. Oh, that's right. The mantises, these are the guys who really make me sad. So I'm trying to take advantage of the fact there's only one on the screen right now. Okay, now I really gotta smarten up. So I don't need to worry about the melee unit. It's actually the boomerang throwers that are the ones that really make me feel scared. Okay. Oof. I'm getting a little overwhelmed, but... I'm dead. Oh well. Remarkable Frisbee, how's it going? Finally ended up beating this game the other day. How have you been going about it? I had a good time. I've had a good time with it so far, Remarkable Frisbee. Last week, I really thought I was close to getting the third phase. But I think at the end of the stream I'd been going for 7 or 8 hours. And I was very, very sloppy at the start of it this time around. So I suspect I'm probably going to have some learning to do on on this third round. And then, as I mentioned at the start, I'm really, like, I did not get any sleep last night, so I've been sort of drinking a lot of coffee. I've been trying to do everything that I can to get myself sort of pepped up. But I'm just feeling very foggy. And so, I mean, I'm capable of making mistakes even when I'm sort of primed and ready to go. But I'm starting late because of the fogginess, and I really feel like this section here, the fact that I'm probably going to wind up with 3 or 4 damage by the end, that is kind of embarrassing given how straightforward a lot of this is. Oops. The one bit of good news is that I seem to have been able to get over any challenges in terms of moving between the sessions. Like, overall, I've got the health that I want by the end of each section, even when I'm making mistakes like this. The challenge is when the Mantis level comes along, there are some real penalties for... Oh, be careful. That was a bit of a gift. So yeah, as you can see here, right, like there's a lot of cases where I'm taking unnecessary damage, and by the end of this phase, I maybe won't be at full souls, but I'll at least be at full health with one refresh inside. Okay, there we go. That's an example of where aggression really carries the day. So between transitions, things are generally okay. It's really a question of when I get to that Mantis section, because there aren't any sort of natural breakpoints to... There aren't really any natural... Oh, I keep getting nailed by that. To get my healing in, I need to be either a lot more... I need to be a lot more brave and aggressive, or I need to be a lot better at dodging damage. That's right, so I'm gonna jump up and move around. Oh, I'm gonna get hit by that. Okay. So this one I'll try and do quickly because the fewer on the screen, the less I screw up. Oh. So I want to try and get a heal in early before I generate more souls. Definitely don't want to take these things on in confined spaces. Like... What am I doing? Okay. All those souls I could have generated off of them. It's a costly way to generate health. So I'm back to full health, but again, soul deficit's going to be a problem. I need to take better care of my dodge. Okay. I need to officially stop screwing up. Okay, getting better. Every time I congratulate myself, the game humbles me. Okay, let's see if I can try and get them stuck on a ledge like last time. Nope. I'm really just trying to get the heals in so I can harvest souls. Okay. I won't get any speedrun awards for that, but... Okay, so this should be safe. Hey, Talon Mosswood, screwing up is now illegal. I actually, I misdiagnosed. There's a phase after this, I think, is when I officially have to stop screwing up. Oh, we were talking about your, name change, kind of comedy of errors. How has that been going? If there's anything to report and it's not too painful, because I know dealing with bureaucracies is never anyone's idea of a good time. I probably could have got some hits in, but... I really got to get my 3 on... There we go. Okay. Now the rest of this is a little more forgiving. So yeah, the key with the melee mantises is that their first... Oh, okay. Their first attack usually doesn't damage you. They just kind of freak you out by getting in close. And now they don't do that. Okay, so it's 4 to get a mantis down, or a mantis flyer down. Damn it. Okay. I'll find a place to heal if I can. Oh, I'm so mad at myself. Oh well, hey, the Sleepringer, great to see you again. Turns out your first name was used in a long since banned drug in the US. So way back in the oh my god. Guys, let me just take a second here and shout out a couple of great streamers who are in the channel. So we've got Night Valian, who was in here before. So Night Valian has dutifully gone through the Hitman series. I believe you finished it recently. I know I've not been, I haven't been visiting your channel as often as I would like the last little while. But Night Valian's been a bit of a gem to be able to catch and sort of enjoy, just enjoy hanging out with them and seeing what games, they're into. I've definitely found a couple of things that I'm, I kind of want to try myself. And also just a very relaxing atmosphere. I know he's looking to sort of build up his channel. And then the Sleepringer, I always feel a little wary shouting out the Sleepringer, because the Sleepringer I get a chance to see in other people's streams and see him visit on my stream much more than I watch him. And I think that's because he's sort of taken, streaming is sort of one of many things that he does. I definitely remember the Sleepringer, in addition to just being a general man about town and many fine chats, really had a talent for fighting games. And for some reason, I don't know if it was, I wanted to say Silent Hill, but I think it was Fatal Frame that you'd been playing for a really long time. The problem is I really don't, I know of PlayStation horror games, and I'm pretty sure you had a PlayStation horror game you regularly played, but the only console I've ever owned is a Wii. Oh, and now this Xbox. So I, Xbox One, I think. It was a gift. So I'm gonna sound like a total, I'm gonna sound very insincere by not knowing what the game was, but it's Resident Evil 2. Was it? I don't think it was Resident Evil, though. I could have it wrong. I mean, again, I'm definitely not gonna be the one to remember it. And this would have been years ago. But one way or the other, especially when it comes to people like Sleepringer, who I don't know if you have a regular schedule or not, or if I've just, if I've just been playing hooky or otherwise not being able to catch your stuff. But especially for people who have either unusual schedules or ones that aren't, normally streaming around times that you'll be checking out for stuff on Twitch, they're people who I really recommend hitting the follow button for, because there's no other way you're really going to get a chance to see them. And these are definitely people who I've enjoyed having both inside of the channel, as well as I've enjoyed watching their stuff. So. Although I got to admit, I do feel like a total heel Sleepringer for saying, it's that I think anybody who streamed probably knows this, where there's someone who's sort of they're gonna pretend that they're your biggest fan for the purpose of the stream, usually because they want to make sure that you're still watching. Is oh man, I love it. You always play that Mass Effect, and you haven't played Mass Effect for 3 years, so it shows how long it's been since they've been in your channel. I try not to be that. I'm also I'm just a very incompetent liar on that sort of stuff, so it's usually best to just be upfront and say I haven't been in your channel recently. It's the same with Night Valian. I've missed probably the last 3 or 4 broadcasts. So it's better for me to just say look, I really like your stuff. I'm sorry I've not been around more than I should. But here are some stuff that I like this person do, and they can fill in the details if I get it wrong. It's the most half-assed shout out ever. But yeah, please do not let my ineptitude as a shouter outer prevent you from enjoying these two really good broadcasters. Yeah, Night Valian does play everything. I used to say that he was more puzzle and definitely a heavier indie focus, but I mean then he does Hitman and Doom Eternal. So yeah, it's there. I mean, the biggest thing is that you'll notice the consistent thing for a lot of my shoutouts, and particularly the ones where I sort of try and go a little above and beyond. In the case of people like Valian and Sleepringer, is I like a lot of people, I think I watch for the personality, to be able to encounter someone who it doesn't really matter what they're playing so much as their ability to carry across their passion for the game, or maybe they're very good at co-op, or maybe they're very good at channel interaction. There's lots of different ways to be entertained on Twitch, and genres are a very convenient placeholder, the same way that they are when you want to buy something. But in the end, to call Night Valian an adventure streamer or the Sleepbringer a fighting game streamer would do neither of them justice in terms of why they're enjoyable to have in my chat. Well, I consider myself lucky to have them in my chat, and why I've enjoyed interacting with them over time. All right. My reprieve from the challenge is over. We're half an hour in, so I really need to start getting to where I was in the previous broadcast. Otherwise, I won't respect myself. Oh. I was enjoying a small game of the floor is lava. So getting him to move up is really more about just getting me the extra time to do the heal. Drat. Oh, I blinked. What am I doing? All right. I wasn't sure how many of those things were on the other side, so you probably noticed I was really scared to move on to the other platform. It was just because I didn't want to suddenly wake up and find out there's like a million sources of damage. Oh no! Alright, that could have been worse, but... I keep forgetting about those explosions, too. The one time that thing has perfect aim. Alright, let's get this back on track. The blinking will continue until morale improves. Why do I always keep going up on the platforms on that? Okay, should buy me some time to heal. One other thing I kind of wanted to do for this stream, but again, at this point I'm just trying to match performance from last time, was to try and be a little bit more willing to use magic. But the problem is that magic, like, I consider magic to almost kind of be a reduction in survivability. Maybe I should try some Hadoukens during the Mantis parts, though. Damn. God, those guys are like perfectly designed to really mess with you here. The screams and explosions are giving you flashback to your time in the war? Or your hours in the arena. Okay, my answer's more dramatic. Okay. I didn't even see the bolt on that one. Let's get some breathing room. Okay, he outruns my dodge. I should take the opportunity to heal before. Oh. Okay, let's keep my head. That was shameful. Oh well. I was really pumped to try this week's run. And I haven't quite gotten into the flow that I sort of felt the last couple of times that I did it. But doing it repeatedly and trying to be kind to myself while, you know, while working through my more boneheaded maneuvers. The biggest problem I have right now is that the failures that I've had in the Mantis part have largely been very careless mistakes. Oops. And the problem that I have with those ones is that it's a little harder to learn from those, because like they're not the sort of ones that I expect to reproduce in a lot of circumstances. Oops. Oh, I think 2 nail upgrades? What am I doing? Okay. Ole! This is a chance for me to heal up a bit. Am I allowed to say I'm relieved that those things don't blow up? I'm just waiting for the scary guys to come back. I've kind of accepted that I'm not going to avoid damage, but I can at least minimize the impact. Oh, maybe I was wrong. Okay, so I think this is the exploding part. Yeah. There we go. It's like, why aren't you taking them out? Oops. Relief is forbidden. Okay. Oh, right. No, there's still one more of this. Oops. What am I doing? Don't think there's any way I could have avoided damage there, but I gotta get out of this spot here, otherwise I'm gonna I'll wind up caught in the crossfire. Okay, I gotta find. Okay, good. They're trapped, so I can get a heal, but I'm gonna be out of souls. But I should be able to do. Oh no. Probably wasn't worth it. Alright. Again, I just need to try and keep my head, and as long as I don't take too much damage on this section, it should give me enough opportunities to heal. So I'm gonna be hurting for souls, I think, but... Oh! That would have worked so well. Okay, Mantis is on the field. Ooh. He's only got one more hit in him. Okay, no excuses this time. I had to finish the heal just to see it through. Oh boy. All right. So I can see how you can get overwhelmed in this, but we've got a decent enough pattern going here. Okay, broke it. Oh, come on! I've never seen one of these before. Oh, no. Okay, so the movement's going to be tough, but... No! If I could have got onto one platform, I would have had that. Hey, Ed Baver, how you doing? So mostly an endgame thing, which System and Shock is doing mid-game. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. It's fun. I actually really like that. I really like that later part, but man, they make you work to get there, and you've probably noticed that as I play through the game, one of the biggest problems that I haven't been able to overcome through the playthrough has been sort of cascading failures. I tend to, if I wind up with one error, it tends to be that 2 or 3 others follow in, and especially that electricity enemy. Like, again, that's definitely a case of one where conceptually, I have an idea about how that boss works, but in terms of my movement, especially with the very wide spacing between the different the different platforms, it makes for a more unforgiving experience than I'm quite ready for. I gotta get a heal in, but... Ole! Oops. It's like, that's not a bad example of a case where there's absolutely no reason for that to have been more than like 1 or 2 points of damage. But I sort of just got locked into a series of equally boneheaded mistakes, and rather than just sort of accept the new status quo, I still keep working on the old strategy. Oh, sneaky. was asking for that. I don't know if movement in a game like this needs to be fixed. I just think somebody like me needs to stop sucking. Oops. Okay, so try and lock in some heals before I harvest souls. Oh, come on. That's another example where there was really no reason for me to be focusing on that one particular enemy. But I did, and so I completely ignored the one sneaking up behind me. Oh, I see. Let's see if I can get a little bit better at this part. No. Oh, Jesus. That was me chasing sunk costs again. Shameful. Shameful. Oh well. If I'm not feeling it, I'll move on to other parts of the game, but as long as you guys aren't too annoyed with seeing this arena, I think I still... I'll be honest, I haven't had the one round yet where I'm like, you know what, that was, like, I feel like I've got my flow back. So I'm gonna finish this coffee while it's still a bit warm. And, again, that won't be the excuse. The excuse is just I'm probably not ready to handle this yet, but it'll just make the victory that much sweeter. Unlike this coffee, which is a slightly... I was going to say the occasional... sorry, not occasional. Coffee's a little bit lighter than I normally like to have it, so... I don't put milk or sugar inside of it, so... My taste buds are awake, if that counts for anything. Other than some boneheaded hits, that was not a bad round. And I wonder how much effort they put into planning out that spread on that attack. It's like it seems perfect. It seems perfectly designed for what your most common movements away from the bullets are. I gotta scratch my nose. Then we can move on. There we go. Ah! I don't know why I moved in closer. This is gonna hurt. I'm kind of glad that those guys only moved down. There's actually one thing that's kind of neat. I don't think it's in this phase. I think it might be in phase 2, but there's a part where there's a similar sort of surge of exploders, but it happens on a spike part, and I've never trusted myself to be able to climb the walls while the spikes are on there, so it's just psychologically having the spikes on the ground is devastating in terms of cheesing out of the explosions. It's definitely, on this one though, it's definitely easier to just climb the walls, I found. Who would win, a highly skilled ghost or one floaty boy? So I shouldn't be reading chat while I'm making mistakes. Both on the same side, which is good. I'm going to stay up here because it looks like I haven't attracted the wrong attention yet. That's a really good way to waste souls. Ooh. Yikes. I don't think I'm going to see this through to the end. I had to commit to, I had to commit to that heal, otherwise I would have died, but... Okay, so that's two rounds where I've really taken a big step back. So while I rediscover my inner love of fighting difficult enemies, how's everybody's week been? Sorry, this is my effort to be relatable. I'm gonna stay on the left-hand side because of the charging guy. Okay. Not great being in a bad funk. Hamburger Friday is helping. Oh, that's good. So I actually found out Night Valiant and I share a love of hamburgers for sure. So I need to give credit where credit is due to the place I ordered the hamburger, Night Valiant. I misread the menu, and apparently the hamburger that place sold, that was a special hamburger they do where apparently the bun is like a grilled cheese sandwich. Which, needless to say, was not what I was expecting, and I can't necessarily say was the ultimate culinary experience for me, but that was a result of me not properly reading the menu, rather than, do you or do you not toast the bun? If I'm making something for myself, usually I don't toast the bun, but that's more because of my laziness. There's too many things coming after me here. It's interesting. I'm struggling on parts I didn't used to. But yeah, if it's for myself, I don't normally. But if I'm making it for someone, or like if I like pretty much any place I order from is gonna toast the bun. So. What am I doing? Okay, I gotta get ready for the guys who explode. There we go. Okay, the exploding guys are gonna show up, so... Knowing what's coming up next is definitely valuable. Oh, come on. So heal up before harvesting. Yeah, so like those times when I'm able to get past those adult infected nasty boys, those are times where I actually feel really good about the encounter, because it's like, okay, I've learned and I'm clearly doing better. And then every once in a while I'll just shatter my confidence by like stumbling on some really basic enemies, ones that I'd normally use to sort of recharge souls. The other thing I'd like to do is really start to get a bit more aggressive and like kind of just go in for multiple hits rather than just sort of nibbling away at the enemy. I am getting a little bit better at being nervier in terms of things that come close to me, but I also miscalculate, so I think that also results in some extra damage. Okay, let's try and not die this time. Let's try and get a heal in before too much happens. Oops. Okay. Clearly I miscalculated on the big guy. Alright, I'm going to try and heal up a little bit before bringing the mantises in. Ooh. I'm hurting myself more than helping. Down on the boomerang. Okay, let's not lose our heads. This is perfectly winnable. Good. Okay, it's a little scary, but that's a pity. Oh well. I had a couple of moves that I thought were working okay on the flying mantises, but I sort of lost my head at a couple of key moments, so. But aside from a couple of boners, like this is definitely like I'm the lower bound of what I'm running into is definitely improving. So, oh, that's right. I usually want to start on the left. Okay, I need to start treating this with a little more respect. Not quite sure what I thought that was going to accomplish, but I really thought I could have climbed up on that one. Hey, Johnny Big Time is playing Battlefront 2. I got very lucky there. I mean, very skilled there. Was not luck, but skill. I forget how many hits it takes to take these things out. Drat. Okay, let's not... no, I really don't... Like, the best thing to say about hints is that I'm very well aware of my limitations on the game. There has never been a time in a game where I've needed help and I've not asked chat first. So it's not lost on me that I have chat as an option. But I like my preference is my preference, and that's just not going to change. I thought I could have snuck that in on the last second. Ooh. That was a particularly dangerous. Oh. We might lose it again. I think I'll be willing to take a little damage if it means getting rid of one of the aspids. Still at it with the Yep. I mean, I'll admit, Remarkable Frisbee, like, I've not been... I'm definitely doing worse than I was last week. But I kind of know why. There were some parts where I was seeing some progress, and there were parts where... there were some parts where, like, I was clearly regressing, and it's obvious, like, chat is getting fed up with me not making progress because I'm getting the offers for hints again. And I've since decided, like, especially given what's happened the last couple of Hollow Knight streams, if it gets to be a certain way, I'm just going to turn off chat, which I don't want to do, but it's looking like that might be the only way that it's looking like that might be the only way that I can keep playing the game. Might be able to heal. Okay. I think I can make this work, but I definitely need to smarten up in terms of handling this guy. Good. Kill them first. Oh, that. Uh-oh. Okay, it's still winnable. Yeah, it was winnable, but I needed to pay attention. I was on my way to doing that without taking a hit, but... Ah! Ah! Okay, so harvest souls and then it's kind of a wash. Close to doing that without trouble. The other thing that I haven't really been considering is whether or not my choice of charms might improve my situation, but I'm kind of happy with this current loadout. If anything, I would probably want a charm that increases damage, either in terms of the rate of attack or just the raw damage. But I think anything that would give me that, I would have to give up other things that I find very useful. The long nail, for instance, is really helpful on that. That bit with the spikes and the floaters that attack and the 4 diagonal points. Being able to get some long reach there is helpful for me, at least. I felt bad about that. I gotta find a way to lose the aspids for a bit. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Man, it's yeah, I don't quite get why I'm struggling on that part again. I'm just gonna stretch for a second. I've fallen down in terms of performance again, but I've also developed this really unhelpful habit of going to the far right of the map on this part, but it's actually the big charging guy that I want to take out first. I wanted to heal, but they're going to come charging at me in a little bit, so... Oh, this will be bad. I wanted to try and learn some Aspid defense techniques, but I think I just wound up losing health. Oh. What am I doing? I think I gotta get one of these things off the table before I consider trying to do any heals. Maybe not. If I can keep getting him to do that. Shouldn't have tried to pogo. That's a pity. This is very, very careless of me. Fortunately, we'll be able to harvest from the helmet guys again. Okay, let's try and be a little smarter on this one. That doesn't seem smart. Okay, so this is going to trigger new spawns. It's very crowded there. Gotta take a minute to undo my mistakes. Okay. Hello, Valiant Cheese. Yes, not so good this time around. I've started off very tired. Sorry, guys. It's dark here. Can you just give me a second here? I'm sorry. I gotta go really quick. Okay, sorry about that. I'm playing with the lights off. The light switch is on the other side of the building. Yeah, so basically, I scratched my nose and then, like, it smelled like blood, and I had a, there was just something dark and wet on my fingers, and, like, a lot of it. So I was like, what the hell just happened? And it was just some coffee on my fingers. I don't know, like, why it smells metallic. But, like, I was worried that I'd, like, cut myself quite deeply and I didn't realize, so, but no, everything's good. Save the cuts for in-game. I don't know why Charger Bro is causing me so much grief. Okay, I'm gonna try and use the boomerang as a chance to heal. If I want to use that for healing, economy of movement is very important. Ooh. I figured it was better to end that rather than try to get some health up. I'm short for this part, but as long as I stay light on my feet. Aww. What kind of coffee? It's a new kind. So there's a brand called Kicking Horse in Canada, which isn't bad. The only thing is it's a little bit lighter than I normally like. So I tend to like dark roasts just because it's generally just tastes a little less acidic. I'm really screwing this guy up. Ooh, let's be careful. That's a pity. I actually had a not bad time with that guy the last time. But yeah, anyways, normally I go for the darker stuff. This one was, I think it's like a blend. I don't think it's a single region kind of, I don't think it's a single region kind of coffee, but it's okay. It's just, if I have I hate to be like a coffee snob, but if I have a choice, African coffees is like a treat every once in a while. But generally I like sort of stuff from the Pacific region. Yeah, I've actually gotten a little bit further than that, Valiant Cheese, but like, so overall there has been progress, but I've also had a tendency to make some really foolish mistakes, and there's a couple of parts which I had some good patterns down for, where I'm really making some pretty foolish blunders. Okay, I need to heal up before I lose these souls. Oh, man. That was really embarrassing. So that's like not a bad example where I definitely have dealt with that section a bit more elegantly in the past. Oh. Okay, so this is going to be an excuse to heal up. Thought I was going to get clever. I always get hit by at least one thing in this section. What was I thinking? There were much better ways of handling that. Ah. So yeah, like this is going to be a great example, Valiant Cheese. Like, remember I used to breeze through this last week? For some reason, I wind up taking a bunch of damage for no reason. I think when we were reading the monster, or the journal entries, I think we figured out that it's a helmet that they're wearing, which accounts for why they have some trouble aiming. Also, what kind of figs are you eating? Or am I thinking of date? No, hang on. Yeah, no, I don't think they look like... Oh yes, we've had a lot. We've had a lot already that's been added. It's funny because like I one-shotted the first round of the coliseum, so we actually didn't get the entries for those armored like the little rolly guys. Oh, I was not paying attention. I thought I was getting good at dodging. Can you not redo the? Yeah, I think you can. I think you can enter into the arena again. I just thought it was kind of funny. I was like, oh man, maybe I won't get these entries, and then, you know, I come into round 3 and I'm like, oh no, we'll be seeing these guys a lot. That wasn't great, but I gotta get out of the danger zone. Okay. The grunts he makes are the same ones I make when I'm getting beat. I just need one more hit on him. Okay, so this is my chance to heal up for the tough one. Okay, one down. Oh, man. I thought I hit him. All right. Discovered a long time ago that what you thought were figs were just spiked seed pods from a totally unrelated plant, leading to Fig, what are you? I'm not necessarily mad that I lost on that stage. I am mad that I lost in that way, because it was kind of very clear that I was panicking a bit. So one of the things I should try and do is get a little more practice managing the big wormy guys, because I'm taking a lot of damage that I used to find very straightforward to avoid. Heal first, then we can worry about I should heal before I do any more damage. find a safe space to heal, and then we should be back on track. Sorry, the name of the enemy I think is Armored Balder. Anyway, the little purple spiky guys I just beat. I'm getting a little bit better at those guys, but... Let's see if I can do this part without taking any more hits. So it's a double-edged sword when you get them in a cramped area like that. Like, their movements are very fast, so if you don't have a strategy, you're in trouble. But the one nice thing about it is... The one nice thing about it is that, like, because they're close, because they're not flying away, they are a little more straightforward to get the 4 hits on. So the real shame about that one was I took the damage and didn't do anything to the aspid. Ooh. Okay. Thought I was being crafty, but I was just being slow. I think they might be trapped, so this is a good chance to heal. Wanted to get that heal in before I tried anything else. Oh, now he protects the aspid. Okay, this is a little scary, but... There we go. So this should be a great opportunity for some healing. I haven't necessarily shown that I've overcome the challenges I ran into the last time I was in this situation. But I'm at least starting from a position of strength. Starting from a position of strength and quickly eroding it. Okay, I need to stop trying to charge those guys. Oh, that's a pity. I think if I'd stayed in place, he wouldn't have hit me. Okay, that's fine. There were, I don't know, there are a couple things where I was feeling like a couple of cases where I sort of felt like I was making some progress. And then, again, just a lot of, I think, it's fair to say from the past hour and 3/4, My biggest frustrations have been just either the reaction time or just like the fumbling that I've done on very straightforward maneuvers, and I feel like they are really adding up and costing me. Okay, so I gotta heal up before I... Oops. Again, whenever I get into those battles of attrition, I kind of shake my head. Alright, I should be able to recover from that. But this is the thing, right? Like, the number of times where I said, okay, well, that's not a problem, I should be able to recover from it. The point is, I shouldn't be needing to recover from this stuff. This is stuff that I had actually done much better last week. So there's little things like that where I've clearly shown improvement. Oops. And then I do boneheaded things like... Holy smokes! Oh, come on. Okay. This part is always miserable, but... to be careful with my health, but I can see an end to this. I would have preferred to have more health and souls going in, but beggars can't be choosers. Nuts. Should be using this chance to heal. There's nothing to fear about the boomerangs from a single source. I realize they are almost nothing like a boomerang, but it's what I'm calling them. So I think in this case, full aggro on the flyer is the survival strategy. This will be complicated, but not unmanageable. Oh, I made the same mistake last time. Ah. If I can learn to stop charging the mantis, the flying mantis in the if I can learn to stop charging the flying mantis in that part, that gets me. So really, the wins and losses on that particular phase have always come down to, well, I mean, it's always one health, right? The last bit of health that you have. But, like, it's usually been the difference between whether or not I have 1 or 2 bits of health for, like, that final little push. And the easiest way that I've sabotaged myself is to mindlessly charge into the... Oops. I'm just gonna take a chance to heal here. But yeah, like mindlessly charging the I'm also trying to get a little bit better at dodging aspids, but that's not so successful. Anyways, yeah, so like basically, you know, I'll jump up like this and then they compensate, so I think, well, maybe I'll sneak underneath and do one of these, and inevitably they're at the same level that I am. And there are very, very, very rare occasions in which I can save that. It usually either involves a parry or a perfectly timed attack, but I'm just not reliable enough in being able to pull off those attacks to be able to save my bacon. So the better thing for me is to not, like, I don't want to get rid of the I don't want to get rid of sort of the mid-air charge from my tool belt, because it is very good for dodging the projectiles, but I need to, like anything, I kind of need to respect the window. There's one complication, which is when you hit those guys, you do move back a little bit, and that's kind of savaged me a couple of times. So if you're wondering why I attacked them there, I've noticed the last couple of times I try to climb up the walls, they've jumped at me when I'm climbing, so I wanted to try and keep them on the ground longer. That seemed to work out, but I might have just gotten lucky. It's a chance to heal up. I don't know if I'll be able to get a full amount of souls out of this guy, but as long as I don't do anything too reckless, I should be able to harvest. And we got 3 more. From downtown. Ah, what was that? Okay. Oh, I really didn't time that right. Okay, I gotta be a little more thoughtful than I'm being right now. Not an auspicious start to this part. Okay, I gotta heal. Couldn't even get the heal in to get rid of the chart. Ugh. So the reason I was a little more militant about healing in that spot was I kind of know how I get on low health against that trio. One thing I'll admit, I am feeling a little self-conscious about the time that I've been spending on this. So, the problem is I'm not actually feeling tired of the arena yet. So I would like to try and get some variation in if I can. But I also don't want to abandon... oh man. I don't want to abandon the run. So basically the idea on this is that I don't have any immediate plans to stop doing this part. If I'm not feeling it anymore, I'll give it a rest. But for now, I think there's enough areas for me to improve that I'm going to get something out of it. Although I will admit I'm taking more time on this than I thought I would. Oh, Jesus. I also keep forgetting the armored ones need 6, not 4. That's 3 health I just lost. I know I can recover the health, but the fact that I get careless here is symptomatic of the other problems I've been having with this section. Oh, that's embarrassing. It's also a bit different from the Mantis Lords, where it said, you know, you should probably get a stronger weapon to do this. This thing hasn't really told me that I'm under-equipped. It's chat that's told me I'm under-equipped. So if I were to be playing this on my own, I would have been doing exactly what I'm doing right now. Yeah, very much so, Valiant Cheese. Like, I have definitely played games where I've just hit the reset button if a first phase isn't good. I actually really do try to restrict that tendency in myself, because a lot of my wins have actually come on ones that have started off kind of weak. And more importantly, you know, necessity is the mother of invention. Like, trying to manage with limited resources will teach you things that are different than when you walk in with a full bar of health. On the other hand, though, especially if it's like a mentally taxing fight, sometimes there's the benefit in packing it in early, just to sort of, like, if your morale or your oh, come on! Olaf, thank you very much for the host. I'm glad you put it at that time and didn't hear me complain into the game. But yeah, anyways, they're like, in addition to the game resources, obviously you have your physical limitations too. There's only so many hours in a day. You are only going to have so much energy, especially if it's a, you know, if it's a like a strategy game. There are some very well-crafted levels in strategy games where I just feel spent after playing them. Like the amount of thought and planning that needs to go into pulling off some of the harder achievements or harder accomplishments in either a campaign or for an achievement or something like that. Like you just feel it in the end. You're completely drained, which is great. Like, that's one of the reasons why I play strategy games, so I can, you know, go to other people and say, like, lol, this game is for smart people. Okay, so I'm going to try and use this as an excuse to heal. If you've noticed, the lesson I'm trying to learn is don't dash. Oh, sneaky. Okay, this is a little scary. Now it's very scary. Oh man, the timing on those boomerangs was really rough. The most resonant, important moment in Massive Chalice doesn't occur unless you lose a hero in a particular... I did not know that. I've played a little Massive Chalice, but not the whole deal. It's actually one of the things I really respect about XCOM's opening. In XCOM, if you do the tutorial, I think you lose something like 3 soldiers in the opening. And I think that does a really good job of telling you, you know, you are going to lose soldiers in this game, and that is part of the experience. And that's, you know, you don't want to make a habit of it, but like this is going to happen, and it's, you know, this is a thing you're going to have to deal with. It's part of the game. Now that I think of it, I'm trying to think about how Chimera Squad handles its tutorial. Because obviously Chimera Squad is more likely to be played by somebody who is already familiar with XCOM. And the whole point of Chimera Squad is that you are police. Like, you are not... you know, like you... Police operations don't usually go with this is the many, you know, this is the number of people that we can lose as part of the operation. Like, the expectation is kind of that everybody makes it. I mean, I guess in cases where like you need to call a SWAT team or something, there's I can't remember the term for it. It's minimum or maximum allowable casualties or something like that. And it's sort of like, it's not an announced number, but it's sort of the idea that there are going to be situations in which, you know, you can't save everyone, but like nobody's going to get fired if it comes in below this certain number. No bazooka mod? Sorry, I gotta take my eyes off chat for a little bit. Oh no. I mean, that was a risk that I took, so I can't be too mad that I got hit by that. Alright, I feel like that one went about as well as I could help. Or, as well as I could manage. There are times where it looks like I pulled off a really good maneuver and it's just like I got very lucky in the, you know, in the windows. That was definitely one where it's like, the buttons I pushed were what I had intended to do. And I'm sorry, I really gotta scratch my nose. But yeah, anyways, I should probably go back and play the opening, like the prologue for Chimera Squad, because, you know, it's obviously, it's weird to think that you have to unlearn the fact that you're gonna have, you know, you're gonna lose troopers, and that's part of the game. And one game that actually doesn't do it, which surprised me, is the Darkest Dungeon. So, like, obviously the Darkest Dungeon, I feel like so much of that game is built around the idea that, you know, the flesh is pretty expendable. Like, you're going to have an endless supply of adventurers that you can throw at your problem. And not only that, but everybody's healed to full health between trips to the dungeon. It's actually the mental damage that's, you know, that lasts. But at no point does the game really. I don't really feel like the game ever has a moment where it's like, you know, we're gonna kill a character on you to let you know that that's part of what this game is. Maybe it just feels like it doesn't need to communicate that. Oh man. Okay. There we go. What are you talking about, Olaf? I get 100% hits every time I play XCOM. Darkest Dungeon's great. I will be getting back to that game at some point. There's a few games which I had started and sort of fell by the wayside. And I've been, like, so this was one of the reasons I was a little hesitant to do Hollow Knight once I found out that it is a long game. Because it means that stuff like XCOM 2 and Darkest Dungeon gets kind of put on the shelf for a longer time. But, I mean, like, why is that a sad thing? Because it's a game that people really like and specifically really like watching me play. And if people really like watching me play Hollow Knight, then I'm not necessarily losing something that wouldn't... I screwed that up. Oh, so close to making that really sing. Oh, Mantis Bro's on his way. Oh. Alright. This should be a very straightforward healing opportunity. So I won't have souls coming in, but... Easy. Aww. I win. Damn. That's crap. I gotta pick one or the other to kill first, otherwise I'm not gonna make it. Oh man, I think this is the end. That's a shame. I'm gonna need to count the number of hits that guy needs. Anyways, the first time you encountered a crashed capital ship in the new XCOM, you were moving your squad down a hallway slowly, got ambushed by 6 chrysalids. I thought this scripted total party wipe, and you were applauding the boldness until you went to the replay to see what boundaries of the scripting were, and had them come off one at a time, and you were able to pick them off and survive with no casualties. I really feel that on this third area, whenever I encounter something new, it tends to be the learning round. Oops. I gotta be careful not to waste the healing resources. I'm still down 2 masks. Still wound up taking the damage. Oops. I think they wanted always get that last disrespected in. I don't know why I walked into them, but Okay. I had a decent flow there for a little bit, but it kind of fell apart at the end. One thing, like, especially for games like Dark Souls, I can definitely say there are points where I sort of feel like I've got this, and I've been feeling that just a little bit more on a few phases, and then stuff like this happens where I kind of go to pieces. So this shouldn't be too hard to deal with. I'm just going to try and get some distance so I can get double heals in. Okay, so again, we'll dodge and heal. Nuts. That was really interesting, though. So it seems like it's killing the flying mantis. That's the one that triggers the bigger guy. I think that still doesn't help me because those flying mantises seem to have sort of a desynced projectile, so it still doesn't give me enough of a window to heal. But I always thought it was killing an enemy as opposed to a specific enemy. The Aspid is in a very inconvenient place. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to have like a full recharge, but I can at least get a little something. The ranged horizontal attack. I do have sort of one where I can throw the souls of the damned up. But it's not quite the same. What am I doing? So again, we don't have souls at the end, but... Excuse me. I'm sorry to do that right into the mic. I just cannot afford to have my hands off the keys. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Ah. Yes, I am wearing diapers. I have soiled myself 6 times during this stream because that is my dedication to you, the viewer. Donation buttons below. I desperately need a change of depends. Oh, speaking of, Hades is another one I need to go back. I haven't played that game since it got its full release. Or before it got its full release, actually. I was really asking for that. Oof. How does Hades relate to soiled underpants? You gotta play it to understand Ed Baber. No, it actually has nothing to do with it. I just thought that would be an amusing transition to make people go, what? So I couldn't figure that out. Which one? Oh. Also, hello, Pepin. Sorry, sorry I'm not being too active with chat, but I didn't get any sleep last night, and this thing was like we're getting to places where I was feeling good last week, but this stream was going on like 7 or 8 hours, so I gave it up. And I'm definitely not in the same I'm not in the same like state that I was in the There have been times I've ignored the aspid and it's turned out better. Ugh. The Greek gods were famously incontinent. Ole! He always starts with the same attack. There's really no excuse, but... Okay. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I lost count on how many times I've hit him. Okay, so I gotta get the other guy off first. I'll take the opportunities when they come up, but nuts. A guy you can take out in 3 hits is obviously the one you want to prioritize in a fight like this. Nuts! Alright. Are you kidding me? I had to finish that heal, otherwise I was done for. No way! Oh! It was a fair hit. I was spending too much time looking for a heal point. I should have just, no, so the only projectiles I have come from my soul. The problem with attacking with soul is that you've noticed that I tend to do a lot of attrition-based strategies. And so I wind up wasting a lot of soul, like when it's at max, just to have the option to heal. Actually, maybe that's something I can try for variation. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get a little better at, Oops. So I gotta find a way to heal up, but... How many hits does the Sound Blast count as? Good question. I think it's just 1. I don't know, I don't use it that often. Thanks for ruining my free time, Chalk. Trying to do 100% Steel Soul run now. I noticed you got an achievement for beating this game in under 20 hours. Thanks for making me feel like a failure, Endors. Oops. Actually, if anybody would like to answer Pippin's question in terms of how much damage a Soul Blast counts as, I don't consider that backseating. Like, that's a public service announcement if anybody wants to answer that. Yeah, an achievement to 100% in under 20 hours. I'm pretty sure I have passed well beyond 20 hours. Why did I even think I could heal there? Okay, I gotta heal up before I even consider that other one. I guess if you know what to do, it's a little, like I saw that number and I'm like, that is ridiculous. Like, that is impossible. But then... I suppose you probably had an optimal route planned. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you're just that good. So we're gonna do an experiment. I just need to clear these guys out first. Just Forrest Gump your way through the game. So here's a question for you guys. For those of you who have seen Forrest Gump, who here has seen a Peter Sellers movie called Being There? Okay, Soul Blast counts as one hit for me. I'm sure there are charms that can make it work differently. That was useless. You rush the upgrades and then go through and clear it all. It just makes it much quicker and easier. Yeah, I just have to suspect so. The game also seems pretty generous with the Geo. Gotta start using those souls to heal. Oh, that's neat, Pippin. This is my first time playing it myself. So yes, the heal holds you in place. It's a little bit like the Dark Souls Estus Flask. But I think Endors might have answered that. Yeah, anyway, so Being There, first of all, is a wonderful movie. And it's, like, I don't know if Forrest Gump was inspired by it, or it just happens to be that they sort of have, in very broad strokes, sort of these similarities. But if you like older movies, like Being There is a really great dramatic performance from, it's like, so, you know, it's kind of like when you see Jim Carrey do something like The Truman Show, or, you know, we were talking about Requiem for a Dream on Wednesday, to have one of the Wayans brothers do, you know, a really heavy dramatic movie like, I still lost the health, but... But yeah, so like Peter Sellers is obviously known for his comedy, both in terms of sketches on the radio as well as you know, films like Doctor Strangelove or The Party, or you know, any number of other comedic roles. But Being There was a really good dramatic a really good dramatic role. I thought he did a really great job in terms of the performance. And just overall, I think it's a very well-crafted movie, which is a hard one. Like, by the standards of modern movies, it's sort of hard to keep the interest, maybe. But I don't know. Like, overall, it's something that I personally still enjoy watching. Too few explosions. Oops. I can't dodge that. I shouldn't even try. Damn it. Yikes. I might have just lost it for myself doing that. No way! I have seen Master and Commander. It's a really good one. Truman Show's a really good movie. Andrew Niccol, the writer of it, was supposed to direct it, but when Jim Carrey got attached, you know, that brings up a certain budget, and so you don't want to give that to a first-time director. And so Peter Weir got it. But actually, Peter Weir was also the director of Master and Commander, so... No, it didn't. I think that was definitely... Like, so obviously trying to make franchises is something that predates Marvel. I'm pretty sure Master and Commander: The Far Side of the World was intended to be a new franchise, but I think it made its money back, but it definitely did not pull off the kind of performance that people, you know, people would want for a series. And it's a shame, because I really thought that... I mean, Peter Weir, Australian. You know, Team Cherry's also Australian, so I gotta give credit where credit's due. Oops. Alright, Now this is just getting sloppy. Oops. So if you're wondering why I'm wasting souls on doing those, I'm trying to get used to the habit of doing a quick turn and hitting people with a blast. I haven't quite got the pattern down. Oops. Yeah, but I mean, I'll be honest with you, like Pirates of the Caribbean was fun to watch and all. It's probably the closest we're ever going to get to a Monkey Island movie. But, like, if one or the other had to become a franchise, I would definitely have preferred to see multiple Master and Commander movies. Now, I mean, that's probably just a reflection of, like, you know, I'm not a kid. Oh, that's a pity. So that probably has a very heavy influence on, you know, whether or not I'd prefer to see another Master and Commander movie or another Pirates of the Caribbean movie, but obviously there's a lot of books. Master and Commander: The Far Side of the World, I believe, is two of the books combined into one. Although one thing I did find kind of funny, I believe I'm trying to remember if it takes place in the 7 Years' War or the Revolutionary War. Anyways, like, didn't the movie change it to the Napoleonic Wars so that the Americans wouldn't be the bad guys? I have to admit, I've not read the O'Brien books, so I'm a little out of my depth. Come on. Jesus. So my rationale behind this is that being able to hit it with the Hadouken will cost me less than the souls that I lose healing. In that case, that wasn't true. First 6 books were set in the Napoleonic Wars. Okay, well, shows what I know. There's actually a used bookstore. I mean, we're in lockdown now, so it's not like I'm going to go out and get them, but there's a used bookstore that has a few of them. I definitely am behind on my reading, so it's not like I need to buy new books. But oops. I have been tempted, because I'm told, like, apparently people who get into those books are like fanatics for them. Oh, like, so if I hit like multiple guys with it, is it gonna do yes, so like with these 3 in a row, in theory, I could do 3 damage with 1 attack. Which, if I was better at using it, would be a great strategy. And unfortunately, because I'm a hack, this could be the end. But let's not pack it in yet. That was dumb. Yeah, so like basically, what I was hoping for, if I didn't completely choke on that last round, once we got to the point where we had like, you know, multiple difficult Mantis enemies, I would just go, I would just sort of start using the Soul Blast a little bit more. One thing I'm trying to talk myself out of hoarding souls a whole lot. And one of the ways that I'm trying to do it is, so like with that enemy that like comes diving down from below with his needle, there may be a healing window in there, but it's not one that I found. And so the idea is that any you know, any healing I'm saving up is sort of an illusion. Because like I'm ultimately gonna die if I'm not more careful. I mean, here I kind of need to start saving up the heals, but here I'm just being a little more cautious against the Aspid. But yeah, so like if there's 4 people on the ground, hitting one with a Soul Blast is going to do 4 damage, and so is a slightly more justifiable use of soul than a heal, because chances are I'm going to need more than 1 heal when that adventure's done. Oops. Oopsies. Well, that's a way of doing it, I guess. It's like here is a good way to get, well, theoretically 3, but I only pulled off 2 there. Actually, that takes a little more soul than I thought it would. Like here, I'd be reluctant to use the soul, not just because of the potential heal, but because I know there's only like 1 more hit to recover the soul. All right, Abiba, thanks for stopping by. Glad to see you again. I've actually been really happy to see you in a few other channels based on people I've recommended, so that's always welcome. And have a great one. Sorry, I'm still distracted by the game. I'm also going to need to sneeze again, possibly, so I'll try and look away from the mic. Oops, I meant to heal. Yeah, the way I'm set up, there's not a whole lot of margin for error. Gives me some breathing room for healing. Alright. It will be difficult, but not impossible. Okay, I don't have a lot of time to heal, but I'm alive. Ooh! I didn't ever think I would get hit by one of those guys. Are you kidding me? Jesus. I'm gonna be upset if I die to this guy. That was really close to a death there. Ah! I gotta get out of that electricity. Oh, this is grim. Well, that was unexpected. Still got me. Aww. It's always that last pair. And the real crying shame on that is that those are two people it is well within my power to take out. That last one fell apart because I just wound up on the wrong side and just kind of couldn't escape that electricity cloud. I feel like I would have had enough health to kind of have a few more mistakes on that pair. But it's clear we're making progress. I mean, it's been quite literally 3 hours of just the Coliseum. But it's been fun to try. Oops. I don't know why I charged that guy. So here I try to replenish souls, well, and also not take damage. Yeah, you got it right, Valiant. Jeez, this is my very first try on the 3rd level of the Coliseum. I don't know what everybody's complaining about. It seems pretty straightforward. Aww. At this point, it just makes as much sense to just whack the things. Okay, I'm glad that they died. This is going to be a little scary, but okay. Needless to say, nobody's going to be describing this one as, hey, you know, you're pretty good at Hollow Knight tonight. Oh, I walked right into them. I don't even want to imagine. Okay. Yeah, this guy's got a crazy look in his eyes. See? Yeah, they generally do. I mean, I don't know what it is about tonight, but like I've been really blowing it on them. But yeah, these are definitely a good chance to get a few heals in. There's really no excuse for me to be starting this section without sort of full health and souls. I'll lose it to stupid moves like that, but... Oops. The Aspid is apparently not my worry right now. There's some very foolish choices being made right now, and I don't like it. I really thought I had the speed to knock him out. Okay, so the armored flyer is occupied. Oh, no! I gotta be a little smarter than what I'm doing right now. So, use the projectiles to heal. And I can only ever get one heal in out of that. He's down. Okay, flyer's down. And again, these guys only have 3 health, so there's no reason to panic. Just go aggressive and... There's a third one of the Malfoy. Here we go. You're kidding me. That's a really good dodge on his part. Taking damage on that was okay because it took an enemy out. Okay, I cannot heal here because the... There we go. God, I don't even know how to handle these things. Just a straight up street fight. How much else does this thing have? No way! Ah! Hey, the Eyes of Sin. Sorry, I had to come in and see that. I was like, I was in the zone. You might have sent me a message and I didn't see anything. Yeah, so it's actually been about 3 hours of me going through the coliseum. Needless to say, new enemies make for a dramatic experience. Sorry I missed your message, but for those of you who don't know her, Eyes of Sin does occasionally stream on Twitch. She's also looking for commissions. She's got her coffee page, as well as as well as her Twitter. I don't know if the person you were gonna potentially get a commission from got back in touch with you. But anyways, Eyes of Sin is obviously somebody who... I haven't even begun to shout you out yet. Eyes of Sin gets special mention on these casts because she was kind of the one who really wanted to see me do Hollow Knight. And of course, if it wasn't for her encouragement, I wouldn't be playing it now. So she kind of gets special credit for that. And then on top of that, she is the one responsible for my emotes. So, I really like it when I see people use those emotes. I think the channel point version of the emote where Epicurus gets his sunglasses, I don't know if it was designed to work well with that. I don't think that channel points were a thing when Eyes of Sin made that. Okay, I gotta heal. But as it turns out, like, it works very, very well with that feature. And overall, just somebody I'm always happy to see. I know she doesn't always have time to come into the channel, or maybe I'm just playing stuff that doesn't appeal. But she's definitely somebody who makes me feel happier having her in the channel. And not coincidentally, if you've ever seen me do a long stream, part of that is because she's in, and it gets gives me a chance to catch up and show her my moves. Ah, yes, of course, Twitch designed it specifically to work with that emote. Damn you! I used to be so good at the pogo stick. What was I thinking? Okay, get a couple heals in before I go on an adventure. That was a better round. That's a much better way of handling those guys. So Isaacson, what do you call these things that I'm fighting right now? Valiant Cheese has a fun name for them. But you're also very good at coming up with creative names for for enemies. Oh, you know what? Last time we were playing Hollow Knight, I think I mentioned that I was the lucky one to show Eyes of Sin Alien for the first time. One of my favorite reactions to it was, so obviously one of the, one of the crew members gets hit by the facehugger, and Ripley's the one on the ship, and she's refuses to sort of let Ash on as part of protocol. Oh, sorry, not Ash. Ash is the one to. Is it? Anyways, the Ian Holm character lets them on. John Hurt character is the one who gets hit by the facehugger, and Isaacson's comment was like, "This is how we get stuff like COVID." And I was like, "It's funny you should mention that." I actually don't know if at the moment she knew where the movie was going, but needless to say, it was a very prescient comment. That was worth the risk in that case, because I can usually handle healing with these guys. Oh my god. I don't know what I thought I was going to accomplish there. Okay, so this is the healing opportunity. does get hit by that. Well, that's kind of crappy of him. No! Again, it's following the I took out an enemy rule, so it's okay logic, but I really need to find a way to get that health back. Okay, no healing because the hidden guy's back. Piece of cake. Oh man. I can't heal. Oh man. I just screwed myself. So bouncing on their heads works. I just need to figure out... I need to make sure that I have enough control to deal with the projectiles. I don't think I can parry those projectiles. It's exhausting to just go through all of those other phases, though. I would have soul blasted the spitters, but obviously I have to deal with the super enemy later, so man, Aspid's just got perfect aim. Jesus. Keep forgetting about the rebound. What? Obviously, it's better if I don't get hit by one of the explosions, but these guys give me enough relief. These are some reckless decisions that I can't afford to be making with the next part of this section. Ah, I was about to pat myself on the back for dodging the aspids. Okay, I need to smarten up. You know, I probably should have just called this Hollow Knight Club. Jesus Christ. The first rule of Hollow Knight Club would suggest that you shouldn't. What about the second rule? Find a way to heal. No way. I had a really dumb idea that I would just unload all of my soul blasts and recover them later. And that was That was very foolish. Cost me nothing to participate, although I'm like pretty much I'm drowning in Geo right now, so even if it did, it wouldn't be a deterrent. I mean, I suppose it's a fight to the death, so the cost is implicit in the contest. Also, your reputation. I hear people laughing at me. Really? In fairness, though, if I had any self-respect, I wouldn't be streaming on Twitch. Ouch. Ooh, wow. That could have been the game right there. Yeah, costs you your time, depreciation of the nail, some small amount of sanity, and by small I mean infinite. See, it's always the one with the crazy eyes you gotta watch out for. Oh yeah, but there's that specific one with the crazy eyes that always does weird movements. Why did I ever think that would work? No more aspids, please! I'm just done with aspids today. Oh god. I'll get 2 heals in on this, I think. Maybe 3. Well, this is gonna suck. Well, that sucked even more. Careful. There's a way to solve this, but it's gonna take balls of steel. No fucking way! Ah! Sorry, I hate cursing in a game like this. I hit dash instead of attack. Oh god, those are the ones where I, like... Yeah, sorry about that. Those are the ones I just want to take myself out to the woodshed for. I need to find a place to heal. So I almost wasted a full heal worth, and I ended the heal a little prematurely. I'm not sure how you can end anything a little I ended it prematurely. I don't know why I keep getting caught unprepared on these guys now. Like, I had them down earlier. I really gotta mind my manners on this part. Oh wow, he lived. This will be interesting. Sneaky. Alright, none of them had the crazy eyes this time. They all moved in a somewhat predictable pattern. So it's kind of nice when the aspids are close if you can double up the damage. Man, that is not a sure thing. Damn you! Ah! Alright, at least they're trapped. Sometimes I really don't know what is running through my head during these bits. Okay, I think I'm gonna try and get some cheeky heal. Nope. I shouldn't have even tried. Oh, I screwed myself big time there. Okay, so here's the deal. If I don't beat the Coliseum tonight, even though, like, so I'm getting close to an extra hour already. If I don't beat the Coliseum, I will make sure that I spend at least a little time in another part of the map. I mean, it's tough because, like, if somebody's watching on YouTube, they're probably not going to want to see 3 hours of Coliseum stuff. We'll either see this thing through to the end, or we'll see some other parts of the game. Why am I trying to get fancy with this? That's really cool that you can still hit them after knocking them up. Bing! I think I almost hit myself there. Yes! Every aspid must be like that, otherwise I won't respect myself. Oh, there's some crazy eyes in here. Is that your official name for them, Hoppy Boys? Valiant Cheese has a fun name for them too. They're like, the first time I ran into them, they were the most, like, they were easily one of the most unique and sort of like strange enemies I'd encountered. Like, I was fascinated to know what the deal was with them. Sounds like I'm about to start a Hollow 90s comedy bit. What's the deal with the Hoppy Boys? Conkers. Why? I cannot do two at a time. I'm realizing health here is precious, so taking a minute to... Well, it was worth a shot. Now this'll be interesting. This definitely gives me a lot of freedom. Horse chest. Ah, gotcha. See, I should know the English spelling, being in a Commonwealth country and all, but... I gotta pick a lane. What am I doing? Okay, I'm gonna take out the flying. I'm gonna try to take out the flying. Okay, I can do this with 2 health. I just need to be careful. I'm gonna try healing up. The Queen is disappointed in you. Hey, Dozer Trouble, sorry. I'm not gonna be that responsive to chat because I'm really bad at self-preservation. Hope you're doing well, though. I'm naturally glad to have so many people watching me get my ass handed to me in the arena, the coliseum. Promising. There's going to be a third one somewhere over to the right. I sometimes get disappointed when I parry, because as cool as it looks, it's not good for dealing damage. That was a way too delayed of a response, but no harm, no foul. Oh, I lost my senses. Okay, no heals. Ah, I think I just blew it. Alright, sorry about that. It's always disappointing when it's those two because they're ones that I'm fairly confident on. What time did I start my stream? So I normally start at 7. Tonight I had a late start. I didn't get any sleep last night, so I tried to make some coffee and like get some food in me to try and give myself a little bit of pep. And while I made more progress on the Coliseum than I did last week, I don't know, like there's a lot of just kind of very careless mistakes I've wound up making. And I think it's kind of coming across in some of the gameplay. I'm having a good time with it, don't get me wrong, but you know, there's just those times when you get disappointed in yourself the way you're handling it. I've definitely been feeling that a couple of times. Less so as the night goes on. I'm kind of getting back into the practice, but like there, right? I started off pretty well, and then I wound up, you know, I wound up with some careless damage. Yeah, normally I start 7 Eastern. My official start time is a 1 hour window of between 7 and 8, and that's just, it's more so from when I was working in an office, and presumably I will be returning to an office at some point. It's basically just to afford myself the time to, you know, make dinner, sort of decompress, especially from the day at work. I have changed positions, so the, you know, we're not saying you need to do overtime, but here's a set of work that you have to do, and it's going to make you be home later than you planned anyway. Assignments are probably going to go away. But, you know, suffice to say, part of this is just to ensure my own sanity. I need to find a place to eat. That was embarrassing. Yeah, I don't know. I find some value in giving myself, you know, a window like that. If you guys don't mind, I'm not going to put up the sign or anything, but I am going to take a second just to give myself a big stretch, and then we'll throw ourselves back into the arena once again. For now, yeah. So I made myself the, like, because I'm already about an hour over, I will admit I was planning on, I was sort of expecting that I would have beaten the Coliseum by now. But clearly we haven't. So the deal I sort of made with myself was... Oh, damn it. That was a whole bunch of careless choices bundled into one package. So if I gave up on the Coliseum, I would make sure that I did at least one new area of the game. But other than the fact that I'm sure this is probably, like, destroying my concurrent views, you know, I'm not too fussed about persisting on the Coliseum. Besides, if we finish it, we never need to come back again. I'll be a bit careful, but... Why am I so clumsy? That could not have been a worse situation to find myself in. Oh, Jesus. Am I really gonna die on this thing again? I almost jumped right into it. Oh, thank you, Dose of Trouble. I'm not feeling like it, but again, that's what this is about, right? I'm not going to get better if I don't practice. And you know, as I've said a couple of times in the stream, there's the two types of mistakes. There's the ones where it's like, okay, I had an idea of what I wanted to do, and for some reason or another, I just sort of failed on execution. And then there were some other cases where it's like, okay, I panicked. You know, that was a legit loss on my... I mean, they're all legit losses on my part. But it's sort of like, if I could just get my hands to do what I sort of imagined them doing, I've got it. Ah, that would have worked. Aspid's still running loose. I wanted to turn and do that. Man. This started off okay. Good. I should heal up before I try taking this guy out. Because the next part has definitely done me in more than a couple times. Okay, back to full health. We won't have any souls, but I'll work on that. Get styled upon, sir. I did not know they could speed up. can't try to outrun that. Even though I just did. That's gonna suck. I think I'm gonna try for a heal rather than an attack. You kidding me? Nuts. I thought I was really going to be able to nail him there. No! This could turn south really quick. Okay, I can afford to heal now. I lost too much off of that. Okay. I need to mind my manners. Take it slow. Oh, I screwed up. Okay, I gotta be careful because this pin guy's gonna come in. Oh, that's right, and his friend. Oh well. I kind of let it slip away from me there. When it's the combination of the electrical guy and the sort of the, I'll call him the wizard, the one who has the long-range shots. If I can get some nice early clear shots on the wizard, that is a trivial encounter. And there can be some cases where they wind up protecting each other quite well. And that, that is just miserable. This is brutal. I might actually die on the second phase because of the Aspid. Yeah. We'll just pretend that one didn't happen. Like, that one erases any dates that I would have gotten out of success in the Coliseum right there. I also keep meaning to check out my charms to see if there's something a little more appropriate that I could be equipping. No! I'm glad you're, I'm always happy to see those emotes. The creator of those emotes, the Eyes of Sin, was in chat a little bit before. Actually, the Aristotle one that you just used is one of the new ones that she did. I haven't seen what that one looks like with sunglasses. I should try that next. I get them for free, so... Alright, be prepared. Good. Could have been worse. Ah! This is gonna be rough. I need to stop being an idiot for a minute. Why? Okay, there's another batch of jumpers, so it's not quite the end of the world, but... At least I hit the ones behind him. On to this bundle of laughs. I really need to stop letting them get on both sides of me. There's no real advantage to trying to take them on that way, but I can, like, it costs me everything to engage that way. Nice. Oh, I forgot there's a third. That was a potential suicide run to just take out the Aspid, so now I want to try and get a chance to heal up a bit. I don't know if you can unlock emotes permanently from the points. I think the only way you can do that is to be a subscriber. Well, even then it's not permanent. I guess it's only for the duration of the subscription. But, I mean, I don't really have a whole lot of things people can get points with, so as long as people watch somewhat regularly, they'll usually, they'll usually generate enough to be able to use the emotes. Which I think is a decent enough system. Oh, crap. It lets people who want to engage and have sort of demonstrated, they've been around and contributed. It's a way that they can, they can take part. Oh, I think what you were saying about the attack pattern, Cheese, so I believe that guy has a jump, which can potentially be a counter to that, but I haven't actually seen... I haven't seen the consequence yet. Okay, I'm just going to wait for him to throw his projectile. I don't think I can get away with two. I almost ruined it. Ah, there we go. Easy does it. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I have every reason to win this. Or not reason, I have every chance to win this. I just need to find a better way to negotiate the, basically, people aren't in the positions I need them to be to make this work. But I'm going to be able to do the bullfight with this guy. Unless he does that. Really? Okay, I gotta keep a closer eye on what's going on, clearly. Yeah, Morrowind. Actually, I mean, so Twitch gives people like an outline of how they've been spending their time. It's given me, like, Twitch's algorithm thinks I'm obsessed with Morrowind just because I'm, like, hanging out to talk to people in the chat during those broadcasts. I was like, I like watching my stuff. Doesn't mean I watch other people stream Morrowind. Okay. I'm really getting myself a health deficit here for no reason. Fairly painless. So this is like an at all costs kind of kill. The rest of this should be trivial now. Screwed up. Yeah, I can't heal because the dive bomber's coming in, but... Oh, I screwed it up. Got him. Piece of cake. Oops. Not so good. This is gonna suck when the next fight comes. to do a ground game here. Man, I don't know how to answer that one. But I gotta figure it out soon, otherwise I'm done for. Oh, yeah, that thing is a powerhouse. So Dozer Trouble, Morrowind is a series of so basically, when I first played Skyrim, it wasn't quite my cup of tea. But people really like the Elder Scrolls series, and so for a lark, I tried playing the very first Elder Scrolls game called The Elder Scrolls Arena, and I rolled the character as a dark elf, which had a really distinct kind of voice in the third game in the series called Morrowind. And I actually wound up really enjoying Arena, so I decided to do Daggerfall, which is the second one, Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. And basically, you know, because the series has definitely grown on me over time, I've now moved on to the fourth entry in the series, Oblivion. But Valiant Cheese is a big fan of the third game in the series called Morrowind. Sorry, I said it was called Morrowind before, but basically that's what he's referring to. Basically, it's a bunch of pre-recorded videos that I did with a game that people like. All right. It's tricky, but I think I can see this through. I just need to stop throwing health away like that. Oh, I even could have got away with that. Oh yeah, I guess that's true. You wouldn't have seen Daggerfall. That's right. The problem I have with that series actually is that, so people asked when I was doing Daggerfall, it's like, are you going to do Morrowind? Because like Morrowind is just so like head and shoulders popular above the rest of the series, it feels like. My answer has always been, you know, I'll see at the end of whatever game. But the problem is because I gave that answer during, oh no. Okay, this is going to be really hard, but I can manage. Because I gave that, like, first of all, I gave that answer during Arena for number 2. Because, you know, at that point I didn't know if I'd like the series. And then, you know, for Daggerfall, same story, right? People wanted to know if I would do number 3, but I didn't know until at the end. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I want to try number 3. Of course, now I'm on number 4, so I'm assuming the question... Nobody's actually asked yet. It was like, are you going to do all the Elder Scrolls games? And I suppose the answer, as always, is... I guess we'll find out at the end of number 4. Because I'm also told that, like, they're long. Like, they're all very long. Like you're already level 10 or something? Yeah, honestly, I don't really remember. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because it's a weekly thing. And I know, you know, obviously, once I've done Hive Time, that's probably going to... I'm playing Stardew Valley instead. I still feel really bad about the person who thought I was genuinely angry with Stardew Valley and they stopped watching for a while. I mean, in fairness, they probably would have been trolled again about whatever game I was playing, but like, I like being, you know, I like being a little bit of a, you know, a joker to, you know, to have fun, but like, I don't want people to be upset over the stuff that I do, right? So, the fact that somebody felt that they couldn't enjoy the stream for a while because I pretended to be upset with Stardew Valley was a shame, because obviously, well, one, I can use the views, but, you know, number 2, I never want, you know, even as silly of a joke as that. Like, the joke, of course, was that I was going to play a game that gave me choices, and the game was the Stanley Parable. But if you haven't played the Stanley Parable, then obviously, you know, that's going to come off as really hostile to Stardew Valley. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's no. I'm certainly not above apologizing if I've done something wrong. There's obviously a gray area here as to whether or not it was something wrong or something that requires like a major apology for. But clearly, somebody felt that they couldn't hang around for a while because of that, and that is absolutely not the environment I want to create. So. I'm pretty sure you showed up for a Hive Time stream first. The thing is, I've kept saying that I'm going to do Hand of Fate 2, and I want to, especially because Johnny Big Time was the one who gave that to me as a gift. And I've only played a little of it. I loved the original Hand of Fate. Like, it's definitely one of my favorite memories of, like, beating a game. I really want to try and heal, but I don't think I can pull it off. Well, let's try. Yeah, I just set myself up with less health. Oh man, this is salvageable, but I need to be on my best behavior, which I wasn't. I can't believe you're disrespecting Johnny Big Time like this. But yeah, like beating the dealer for the first time, I was like shaking with excitement by the end, because it's, I don't know, either it was the build that I had or it's just a tough ending, but I really felt like I earned it by the end. So but yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing Hand of Fate 2. But then again, like, we're talking about the games that I've been meaning to get back to. So XCOM 2, Darkest Dungeon. I would like to do Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus, at some point. I don't know if I do Mass Effect Andromeda on stream, but if nothing else, just for myself, I'd like to try Mass Effect Andromeda so I can have an opinion about the game that's not just a reaction to what everybody else said about it. Oh, Jesus. So I'm not actually going to attack this thing until I get my heals in. I have something about an obsession with ants, and I've... Damn it. Alright. Well, that's not that bad. Obsession of ants, and every time you try to talk about it, people just try to get out of the conversation. What is it about ants that compel you? I mean, like, so that's not a completely incomprehensible interest to me. Like, you know, people do have ant farms. Probably less so nowadays, but there is something very interesting about the behavior. I mean, a lot of insects, there's a lot of things that are interesting about their behaviors. There was also a Maxis game. I'm pretty sure it was a Maxis game. There was a sim ant, so, you know, if Maxis can make a game about something, it usually has some kind of inherent interest. Okay, yeah. I can never remember, because, like, I don't know if the sim title is under any kind of protection. Like, I know Sim Earth was definitely a Maxis product. I don't know if it was a Will Wright product, but... Oops. This is gonna be tough. Why do I think I can jump on it? I gotta try and get some healing in. I'm on the wrong side for this too. Oh, what was I thinking? Oh my god, that was such a dumb decision I made. I faced the wrong direction, so I was like, okay, well, I'll just commit to it. And I'm like, what, you know, there's no way out of that. Like, you know, you gotta, at the very least, jump back. And the worst thing is, that was the worst possible time I could have done something like that. Because, like, I had less health than I normally do in that environment. And I believe those things take 2 masks off you, so. Oh, well, I mean, I pay for it in wasted time, right? Jesus. Hooray! But yeah, feel free. Sorry, I'm looking at chat. Feel free to hold forth on ants and what you find interesting about them. The good news is, the coliseum beckons, so I'm not going anywhere. And better still, in the absence of anything else to talk about in chat, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't talk about it. Ants are so savage, but at the same time so calm and collected. Are they? I didn't... Well, actually, yeah, I guess it depends on the type of ant you're talking about, because I know... isn't it the bullet ant is like one of the most painful insect bites in the world? Oh, what was I doing? What am I doing? I could have sworn I was going to spike that. Well, I spiked myself. Oh, it's a bulldog ant. Oh, you're Australian too. Valiant Cheese is also not just a not just an Australian, but an Australian game developer. So, where did you first get your interest in ants? Okay, I don't like being on this side, but I will accept it. I've learned my lesson. Everyone you know just calls them bull ants. I'll admit, one of the things I find interesting, and it's not just ants, but definitely in terms of a lot of types of insect colonies, the specialization in roles and how, you know, obviously we're human, so we're always going to want to sort of assign, I think it's called apophenia, where like we assign intentions behind it. So, you know, if a single ant is out on its own, you know, we might imagine it as like the Indiana Jones ant. One of them's got crazy eyes. I'm going to just leave it be. But Yeah, I've learned not to get too smug about how well I'm doing on an area of Family Trees. This game has definitely shown me that my idiocy can creep up on me at like any moment. No! All about those rolls. Yeah. So like, we'll imagine either the intrepid adventurer, or oh no, he's away from the colony. Will they be able to, to find their way home? And so much of it is just, a natural, potentially unconscious thought. Like I really don't know what goes into those behaviors. But obviously the story that I tell is just that. It's something to sort of make it make sense to me as a human. Whereas, ant logic or bee logic is something totally different. And I've always been fascinated by how that can happen in the sort of thing that pretty much, like, if we were to think of something mindless, if we were to try to think of an example of something mindless, you could probably do worse than think of, insects. I really need to get that aspen out of here. Okay. I don't want to heal yet. So yeah, that jumping attack is probably the best way that it could counter what I'm doing to it. Jeez. Oh, that's a brutal combo. I'll just dodge the next projectile and get a heal in. Yeah, can't get greedy with two. I can with this guy, though. Alright. Now I need to put on my serious face. Beautiful. Okay, I'm just gonna try and heal up off this. Oh, so you're saying an alien mind will never understand. That makes it even more terrifying. Actually, wasn't there like a Saul Bass movie about the ants inheriting the earth? I haven't seen it. The thing you find most interesting is when animals superorganize. Oops, sorry, gotta pay attention. Ah, oh, curse your black hearts. I'm usually so quick getting these things out. I got very lucky there. I don't know what you do when they spawn on top of you like that. Hold still so I can... Nuts. Double nuts. Yes! Again, I'm willing to take damage in that case if it means taking out I'll call him the wizard. Okay, no healing because there is the swordsman. And his companion's going to be coming, so... Okay, I gotta pay attention to what I'm doing. Oh, so close to taking him out. Okay, now it's just a straight up fight. But I do have to abandon the conversation about bees for, or ants for now. I don't know where I'm going to find the chance to heal on this, but I need to. Oof. Jesus. Yeah, if I don't find a way to heal, the big guy is going to be a really short encounter. Oh, no. Okay, so there's a little animation to predict its attack. Oh no. It's on a channel called Candida. At first, I found it weird and disgusting seeing an ant swarm a dead cockroach, but over time and after a few videos, you found yourself being fascinated. You went outside, and at your school, there was an ant colony, so you watched it for a few days and just started researching about ants. And as of today, you've searched ants for 3 years, and you always get bullied for it, but you know that here you're not going to get made fun of. Oh, well, yeah, no, you're definitely not going to get made fun of. I mean, I have a very... Yeah, I have some incredibly weird interests. So, first of all, I am absolutely not in any position to throw stones, even if I wanted to. But here's the thing, right? If you take a look at, like, I'm going to wait a second just before the coliseum because I'm probably going to get interrupted on this. Here's a way of thinking about interests like that. There will be people who walk by so I'll give a few examples here, right? So I lived in Vancouver for a while, and Vancouver does want to try and keep its area green. And, you know, you'll be walking along the sidewalks and they'll make sure there's sort of trees planted in each of these areas. Now, you know, every single day you will be walking by these trees and, you know, a tree is a tree, right? Sometimes they all just look the same. But it takes a special kind of person to sort of walk by a tree and see it's like, oh, you know, this thing is alone. It's in a city that, you know, it doesn't understand. It is completely different from its natural habitat in this world that it knows. And maybe it's trying to come to grips with this really foreign area. And I mean, that's something I could relate to, because basically as soon as I was old enough to get out of the house, I went to Vancouver to pursue a film career. And it takes a very special kind of person to be able to see that kind of poetry or that kind of interest in everyday objects. And to me, that those kinds of people have a much more enriching life, because just take a look at this game, right? We've got a kingdom full of bugs, and it's not, excuse me, it's not just any, it's not just any kingdom of bugs. Like, there are ones who are getting infected and going mad. There are adventurers. They've got a coliseum. They've got people chained up. They've got tournaments, and they've got masks, and they have their own type of weaponry with nails. And there's a whole story. And essentially, what it took was a team of people who probably look at the world in a very similar way that you do. That you will look at ants and see just the most fascinating things, and that you can continue to look at them over and over and over again. And, to me, that is actually something very precious and something that you should hold on to. Because in the end, there's actually two quotes that I'm going to give you, and then I'm going to jump back into the Coliseum. I'll actually take a second here, and I'm going to bring up a browser. I don't know if you know about a guy named Robert Hooke, but you may have heard this saying from Isaac Newton. If I've seen Peter Pan's nemesis. If I've seen further, it is by people. It is by standing on the shoulders of giants. That comes from a letter that he wrote to Robert Hooke. And what's interesting about that particular message is that Robert Hooke had sort of a hunchback, and so it is entirely possible that he was making fun of Hooke. That he's seen further by standing on the shoulders of giants, knowing full well that Hooke's shoulders would not be able to support him. But Robert Hooke worked with a magnifying glass, and a microscope, and he drew by hand. He did these etchings. Let me see if I can bring it up here. Yeah. So this is the sort of stuff that I bet you I can resize this to fit. Yeah, this is a flea from his work, Micrographia, I think it's called. This is a drawing of a gnat. I mean, this is one of the great scientists of the time, sort of around the Restoration. And this, like, when he looked through a microscope, this is what he saw. I could look at the etchings inside of this forever. This is an incredibly beautiful work that he produced. So that's one thing, right? People may make fun of you for that sort of stuff, but in the end, it's really important to realize that ultimately what this is, these are people who are really not going to be able to see, ultimately they do so because they have a way of looking at the world which is tragically limited. To a certain extent, these are people that you should maybe feel sorry for, although it is obviously very difficult to feel sorry for people who become bullies. And there's another quote that I'd like. This is a reasonably famous quote. It's from Theodore Roosevelt in a speech that he gave called Citizenship in the Republic. And it's useful, especially because it is quite, for me at least, it is quite common to see a YouTube comment. There's a video that I have that very frequently it provokes universally negative responses from people. I don't get why they can't just move on, because it's clearly not for them. But it comes up a lot, and sometimes I get excited when I see a comment on my videos. And unfortunately, that video is now at a point where, you know, there is a positive probability that I'm actually going to see something that doesn't make me feel good as a result of that. But here's another thing to keep in mind. And again, this is Theodore Roosevelt. It's in a speech called Citizenship in a Republic. And this passage is called The Man in the Arena. So, it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. And I think this is another really important one. Like, you know, I was talking about the art that the Eyes of Sin has. Having had the pleasure of being able to talk with the Eyes of Sin about a lot of different things, I happen to know that she has a really interesting and exciting way of looking at the world. It's a way of looking at the world that let her, you know, produce the emotes that I have in this channel and that I like so much. And while I would, you know, personally, I would love to be able to, you know, to be able to make these kinds of, works. Ultimately, I just kind of need to sit back and appreciate the talent that she has. And I think there's a lot of people in the world who are like that. So, you know, it's never a guarantee. You know, we're never going to know whether or not our interests are appreciated in our own lifetimes. But it is something that I think is very precious. And it's actually something that I would encourage you to continue pursuing. Because in the end, your interest in ants is for you. And if people want to have a problem with what's your private interest, that really says a lot more about who they are and the lack of interesting things that they do. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously you're among friends here. But I wanted to take a minute to say, well, number one, the Man in the Arena quote is appropriate for what I'm doing at the moment. I am also assured that women can be in the arena. But I also think it's important to say that what you're describing in your own interest is something that has personally enriched me in the form of the Eyes of Sin's art. But more importantly, is something that I think has produced a game that we're all enjoying right now. And in the end, you know, people are not necessarily ever going to be able to understand those private interests or those private, quirks or you know, there's a bunch of different ways that you can describe them, but they're important to have because they make the world more interesting in general, and they make your life more enriching. So I hope that puts some things into perspective, because you definitely deserve better than what you're describing in terms of treatment. Still don't know how to aim. All right. Not a bad start. I'm feeling a little refreshed after taking a small reading break. Oh, that's kind of you to say. I don't know, it's like... The thing to keep in mind about this stuff is that there's going to be good days and bad days, right? There's going to be days where you feel like, you know, your interests are the most interesting thing and they give you a lot of happiness. And there's going to be some times where either somebody makes you feel like it's not worth the time, or, you know, the thing just doesn't speak to you. There's, you know, life has got lots of moments in it. And, you know, we're never guaranteed to have... you know, one path over another. But it's why I wanted to take the time to say that, because what you're describing is worth hanging on to. Like, I'll give you an example for myself. Like, I really like reading classics, like works written by ancient Greeks and Romans. They have some very strange ideas. And I'm not going to lie, not all of it is always very exciting. But if I have a chance, there's another quote that I can give about that from Machiavelli. And, you know, I've definitely heard from lots of people why that's not worth spending my time on, or why it's wrong to be interested in that. But I'm thinking, hopefully, at some point in the future, there's going to be something that I make that comes out of those work, like all that interest, and I'm hoping it'll be something that enriches other people's life. It's often the case that kids learn social behaviors, especially in school, where it's broadly unsupervised. Sorry, I gotta deal with my present difficulties. I wanted to heal, but let's deal with the aspid first. Ugh. Okay, she says, kids learn social behaviors, especially in schools where it's broadly unsupervised, before they can understand the true impact of those behaviors. Sure. I mean, I've run into a number of adults who, you know, I mean, it's very interesting to me the number of people I have met who put PhD after their name in emails, who will judge people on the basis of what school they went to. And these people consistently have been the ones who do research I find completely uninteresting. My thesis advisor published in the Journal of Economic Perspectives before he graduated from Harvard. This is a guy who does not need to write PhD after his emails. I don't know why I did that. This is going to be hard. And he sure as hell doesn't ask people where they went to school to find out whether or not they had an interesting idea. We just talk about the idea. Can't be superfluous, but here the institutions totally push the pomp and position it. Yeah, and it's like, my view on the whole like school thing is that you can't be promising forever, right? At some point you're going to have some accomplishments of your own, at which point does it really matter what school you went to? Oh, I forgot about the fall damage. I should be okay, but I want to be careful. Oh no! Danger, Will Robinson. I gotta get some healing fast. And again, like one problem I have is that I do need to try and express some kind of empathy to people like that, because even though they're trying to make me feel little, what they're communicating is a certain degree of insecurity and pain about their own sort of ambitions and their own position. Like, you know, they probably shouldn't be worried about whether or not they got into the program that they wanted to, or whether or not they have the job that they want. But, like, the people who do that sort of stuff are not people who are accomplished. Like, they're not... The people who are accomplished are too busy doing stuff to really care about the point scoring of who went to, you know, school X. And the problem is that the way that they're expressing themselves are potentially isolating them from the people who would really be helpful along the way in terms of doing that interesting research that, you know, would sort of presumably is what they originally got into the field for originally. But you know, you do what you can, right? I'm not necessarily going to be able to change other people. You know, I just try to make sure that people like that don't stop me from being able to get my own work done. I probably should have healed, but... Ooh, tough. Oh, that was a bad choice. Okay, I'm in a bit of trouble here, but... I am in a lot of trouble here. Okay, good news. I can't believe I got away with that third heal. I should have healed. Ah! I need to keep the heals rolling because I don't get another one after at the end of this phase. Okay, so beware needle guy. Be doubly aware of sorcerer guy. Okay, we're in better shape than we normally are at this phase. Alright, let's preserve health and bring this thing home. Oh, that's a pity. Oh no. I'm letting this thing fall apart for no reason. Okay. Let's keep my head. This is gonna be tough. Balls of steel. Oh. Moms are sweaty, mom's spaghetti, etc., etc. Oh man. I need to be a lot more cautious than I know! Okay, so I got 3. This is probably not going to work. But all right, yeah, this is not going to work. Wow, that's not going to work. And it doesn't feel like the spells are doing all that much more damage. Oop, I wanted to see if I could actually heal. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. I'm kind of just letting this thing... you know what? I'll just let this thing run out and... It's okay to try new things, but that was too new. Okay, so definitely Long Nail and Mark of Pride. Oddly enough, I was debating on the Quick Slash. Let's try the Shaman Stone. Whoa! I thought that was just... I gotta remember my soul generation's gonna be pretty severely limited. Yeah, so the thing about the blue is that I just don't feel like I get enough, I don't feel like I get enough extra health out of it to give up being able to heal. Damn it. Oh no. That's a lot of damage I'm gonna take. Be very careful. Alright, so I'm not 100% convinced about the extra damage, if I'm completely honest, but... Yeah, they did. So, 1, 2... Ah! So yeah, presumably it does like 2 damage now, but in that case it actually denies me the ability to absorb more souls, so it's a double-edged sword. So the question is, do I do enough damage with spells to justify including that in my loadout? And at the moment, the experiment is saying no. Although we'll see what happens in the later phases. Oh, brutal. Flying guys always call me so much trouble. It's the aspids that are the ones that really, really do me in. There's some good opportunities here, though. The mantis is probably gonna eat me for lunch, but... let him fling their toy. That was careless. Oh! Damn it. I really gotta stop making those mistakes. Okay, not bad. Ah! Alright. The extra spell power is cool, but I don't think I use it enough to justify it, so... The other thing is, it could be that I'm barking up the wrong tree as far as abilities are concerned. Because really, like that round, so I had my best round before I was changing charms. That doesn't suggest that things are going too wrong. Well, it certainly makes me more reckless. I don't know how I got up that high, but that was kind of cool. Ole! So sadly I gotta take one of these things out before I can start healing. The thing about quick slash is it feels like it's best when you can actually stand and do those attacks. I don't think it's going to help me when I'm pogoing. So it might actually be that the loadout that I had before was the right one for me. But we'll see. Well, that's one thing it's good for. I want to get to the left-hand side here. Okay. By the way, son, I really appreciate you still hanging around. Yeah, the timings are... It's really hard for me to get a read as to whether or not the quick nail's making the difference. Like, there's a couple of times that I think it does, but the question is, does it make the extra souls worth of difference? Ugh. Leave me alone. So you can see how like three helmets worth wipes out my souls, and it's hard to get them back. So we'll see. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, especially like if I'm gonna get something that's about the speed at which I can attack, like being able to do last minute attacks after healing is kind of important. Oh, Jesus. Good. So this should be all about farming soul. That sucks. I let him hit me twice. That's bought me a little time. Hey, Starbright Knight. Sorry for the limited chat interaction. I've been working on this for a little bit. Yeah, I really need this quick nail to perform on this bit. Like, if I don't get those guys down right away, I tend to lose a battle of attrition in that case. I think it's the swordsman that comes next. Ah, damn it. Not bad. I don't know why I got scared there. I feel like I've chewed off an inch of my beard due to nervousness about this fight. Oh no! So again, Wizard is public enemy number 1. That was so close to getting him. Okay, Pin Guy comes with his sorcerer friend. Ooh, bad luck. I'm getting hit by attacks that I used to be able to dodge. Oh, I didn't even see that one coming. Okay, I don't know how I'm gonna heal for this, but let's see. Let's try and make it work. Oh no! That was greedy. I'm gonna pay for that. I had to commit to the heal there, otherwise I was dead. I don't know what I do about this, though. Yeah. Okay. I have heard of the funnel web spider. I mean, spiders as a whole, the fact that they make webs is utterly fascinating. I used to be a bit arachnophobic as a kid, but they are just too darned interesting to hold a grudge. Okay. I feel like Soul Catcher is a good option here, so then the question would be, is there a single point... I can't do the Fragiles. Thorns of Agony. Oh, Hive Blood. So yeah, if I had... Well... No, you know what? I don't need... Well... Oh, that's interesting, actually. It is a late night, TJS Legacy. I didn't sleep a whole lot. You found a nest of funnel web spiders. Oh, I've heard they're very poisonous. So, you know, my interest is also tempered with a respect for the creature. But anyways, thank you guys for hanging out with me for this. This extended oh yeah, the change in length is going to be the hardest one for me to uh-oh. Yeah, so all my hits are kind of suspect. We'll give this a shot though. So the hope here kind of is that when I get to those parts that I can't heal at, this will kind of carry me through at least one health. Whether or not it works out that way is an open question, but I figure we're at the point now where a little experimentation won't hurt. You remember grinding this out, it was a pain, but yeah, I mean, I get the impression that there are some things I could do to make myself a bit stronger, but the thing is, I started changing my charms after I had my best run. So it could be that some of the things I'm doing to myself right now are actually sort of self-defeating, like taking unnecessary damage. Hey, where's the regen? It doesn't take all that long for that to come back. He's got the crazy eyes, run! Guys, because it's late, I'm going to be particularly fragile. That's still not Twitch Plays Hollow Knight. keep forgetting it's 4 that I need on those guys. Oh, I sabotage myself. The intended target. Alright. I'm gonna get a little space and then some health. So I am a bit worried about the fact that the regen does not seem to be like absolute. So it's a little less good than I thought it would be. Ugh. I'm gonna try and take out the flyer, but I know that's just gonna bring in a world of pain after. Ah, God, I got that timing finally. I'm starting to make finger mistakes. That scares me a little bit. Okay, good. Not good. For the number of points that the that honey charm takes, I don't really think it's worth it. By the way, it's way too early for me to become excited for Silksong, but I am really looking forward. Like, when you get an attack pattern down that's exactly the way you want it, and it looks so elegant, like, after looking at that trailer, I have a feeling that's going to be a really appealing feature of that game. Like, just Hornet's moveset just looks so good. I probably shouldn't have healed, but the decision was made. Remembering that the sorcerer is public enemy number 1. Ugh. Ouch. This is a little stressful, but I think I can get through it. Nope, I gotta pay attention to the electricity more. I got great delay it a little bit just so I can get full health. Oh, damn it. So Nail Guy comes back with his sorcerer friend. Okay, now it's just a straight up fight. That's not a good start. I really need to stop assuming I'm immortal during those transitions. Oh no. That was just unlucky. Oh. Man, I used to be so much better at... Okay. I used to do that in a bar I used to go to, Dose of Trouble. You know what? Let's bring the old band back. Okay, so Wayward Compass is useless, Gathering Swarm is useless, Starwatch Shell builds resilience. When recovering from damage, the bearer will remain invulnerable for longer, makes it easier to escape from dangerous situations. I'm not sure that's worth the 2. Shaman Stone, said to contain knowledge of past generations of Shaman, increases the powers of spells, dealing more damage to foes, but I don't do enough spells to warrant it. Soul Eater, Forgotten Shaman artifact used to draw soul from still living creatures, greatly increases the amount of soul gained when striking an enemy with the nail. So the question is, like, what would I give up for it? I don't really want to give up the long nail. Dash Master bears the likeness of an eccentric bug known only as the Dash Master. The bearer will be able to dash more often, as well as dash downwards. Perfect for those who want to move around as quickly as possible. Fact of the matter is, last time I used this, I didn't really do that much with it. Steady Body keeps its bearer from recoiling backwards when they strike an enemy with a nail, allows one to stay steady and keep attacking. Mildly tempting, probably better in conjunction with Quick Slash. Mark of Pride and Long Nail we've already got. Fury of the Fallen embodies the fury and heroism that comes upon those who are about to die. When close to death, the bearer's strength will increase. Well, let's try that. Thorns of Agony senses the pain of the bearer and lashes out at the world around them. When taking damage, sprout thorny vines that damage nearby foes. Balder Shell, it's not, that's temporary, so I don't like that. Defender's Crest, unique charm bestowed to the King of Hollownest for his most loyal knight, scratched and dirty but still cared for. Causes the bearer to emit a heroic odor, so I have no idea what that does. Increases the speed of soul. 3 charm slots is too much for me, though. Lifeblood Heart contains living core that seeps precious lifeblood. When resting, the bearer will gain a coating of lifeblood that protects them from a modest amount of damage. Joni's Blessing, that was the one that replaced my health with blue. That doesn't work for this fight. Hive Blood, again, to the fact that it's the most recent damage. See, heals the bearer's wounds over time. I think that's a pretty scummy way of explaining what that thing does. And then Defensive Charm, once wielded by a tribe that could shape dreams, conjures a shield that follows the bearer and attempts to protect them. And I'll admit, I'm not 100% sure what that does. But I don't know. I like the idea of just sort of having an all or nothing... having an all or nothing kind of finale. Damn it. I want to see what the strength bonus is like, clearly. Let's focus on the wrong threat. Curse you. Olé! No! Okay. I need to recover from that, but it should be okay. I was not prepared. Oh no! Okay. No soul for me, sadly, but it should be safe. Right. I just walked into that. I have played Hotline Miami. I liked it quite a bit. I don't think I've played the sequel on stream, though. Actually, a funny thing, there's a streamer, longtime viewer. I think he still watches the broadcast. I'm not 100% sure, though. CPO Williams. And I really respected what he said. He pointed out he really liked watching the stream, but he really liked watching me for, like, Crusader Kings and such. In fact, he was the one who kind of kept me in Crusader Kings DLC before... Paradox gave me the DLC for a while. Obviously, they're not anymore, so that's kind of why Paradox games went away for the Mondays. But he was definitely a major contributor to the stream in terms of keeping me in keeping me with the stuff that kind of kept me going for a while. I thought I had the dash. Okay, I'm gonna try and get a heal in. Soul is just more precious now overall, so I gotta try and take the opportunities when they come. But yeah, when I did Hotline Miami, he sort of pointed out, it wasn't like he didn't give an ultimatum or anything like that, but he just pointed out as like, I really don't care for violent games, and Hotline Miami is very violent, so I'll be there when you play stuff that's, that isn't like that, but I just find that sort of stuff to be, I just don't really find that appealing. And what I find so interesting about that is, when I know that, it's actually really helpful for me. Because, here's the thing. I don't mind violent games. A lot of the games that I enjoy are actually very violent. But the thing is that some of the games I enjoy the most are ones... Sorry. I need a minute. I'm just going to walk away from the keyboard for a second. No, it's not coffee blood. I don't know how to say this, guys. I'm streaming this because the Eyes of Sin wanted me to. I like the fact that I have a game that she likes to watch, because I like having her in the channel and I like being able to do something for her when things are not that great. I do not want to be told how to play games. I know you can strike the spikes. I have in fact done so on this stream multiple times. No, it's fine. Actually, this isn't about you. This game is actually kind of special because I'm able to do this nice thing for her. And you guys kill every bit of enthusiasm I have for streaming this game when you don't respect my wish not to be told how to play the game. I don't know how many more times I need to say this. Like, if I want help, I will ask. I have done it for other games. And I just don't understand why you guys can't respect that wish. It actually genuinely bothers me. And I tried to take some time away from the keyboard to just calm down about it. And I'm still upset. Like, can you guys please just chill? In fact, not guys just chill. TJS Legacy, you specifically, just stop it, okay? There's no point in making it general. Your comment specifically has made me like not want to keep going. I'm twice as long into the game. I am trying to get through this. And the last thing I want, like, how many of you, when you were playing this, had someone over their shoulder saying, is like, you can do this, right? Oh, equip that charm. Like, that's the right way to go. None of you had that. Why can't I have that? What is going through your heads when you tell me how to play the game? Like, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I just cannot see the things that you geniuses do? Because I really assure you that every time people tell me to do stuff in games, it's stuff I already know how to do. I have had people backseat me in games that have not been released yet. Quite literally the first stream of a game ever. I don't know how I can be clearer to you. Stop. Please, stop. Thank you, Star Bright Knight. Money always makes me happy. Like, the thing that pisses me off the most is that the majority of you, like lurkers, people normally inside of chat, every single person in this channel gets punished when someone doesn't respect that boundary. And so, I mean, I owe those of you who have been decent about it an apology. I'm sorry that the stream gets ruined when people come in and, and treat me less than what I think anybody else should be treated as. I'm actually tired of pretending that this comes from a good place because I have been very clear about it. So for those of you that have respected the boundary, thank you. Your contribution is appreciated, and I am really sorry that I can't tell that to you more, because it's just a purely negative experience that happens to me when people don't respect it. You didn't know that. So okay. So when I go back through when I go through, there is a reason. You are ruining this game for me. Okay. Now I am mad. Okay. So when we go through chat, I have it here. It's more about the little tricks like bouncing on the heads of the flying guys. I also think upgrading your nail will help a lot. Sorry, I'm backseating. It only heals the most recent damage taken. So you're telling me that you can write that in chat and you feel that this is coming from nowhere. Is there another stream? Like, do other streamers commonly, just have people come in and tell them how to play the game? Or is it the fact that other streamers will label their streams as backseater friendly? Like, I'm willing to let this pass if we have an understanding that this is something that really drags down the game for me, and specifically something that everybody else who's watching has to now deal with. But I am actually shocked that you think that you can say that this is coming out of nowhere and that there's no there's no reason for me to respond this way. Like, I have been very clear. I've specifically been clear to you on other days about the backseating thing. And I think it is very fair to say, I want you to stop that when you've already acknowledged that you have been behaving that way inside of the chat. No, I get it. Like, guys, see, here's the thing, right? If I don't put, I have tried to be minor about the little stuff that comes up, right? If people have little slips, it happens. I'm trying to be as reasonable as possible. And every time I've let something slip, it starts an avalanche. I really don't want to talk about this more, right? I am fine to just let it go and move on. But we need to have an understanding here. Every time someone tells me what to do in this game, I stop enjoying playing it. And I've been streaming for 6 hours. It is so easy for me. Everything about me wants to turn this stream off. And I don't want... I know that that's really going to ruin it for a lot of people. But I do not know how to be clearer on this. I do not want to know how to... I do not want to be told how to play the game. I don't think it's reasonable that I should have to express that. I think the assumption should be that people want to play the game much as they would at home. Even just saying, can I offer a tip like Night Valian did? It was easy for me to say, I would prefer to figure this out on my own. Okay? It didn't need to be a big thing. But, how many more minutes of the stream am I going to dedicate to the small number of cases that are wrecking the game? I enjoy being able to talk to you guys about things that are not backseating. And I'd like to think that I don't have a list of people who I secretly hate for doing it. But enough is enough, right? What else is it going to take? This is gonna put me in a pickle for the mantis fight. Ugh! Ooh. Not good. Okay. Might be salvageable. I should be healing during the projectiles, though. Yeah, Starbright Knight's got it. I'm not talking about this anymore, okay? Like, this... Consider this the last warning, because at this point, like... At this point, it's ruining the stream. And thank you for stepping in, Starbright Knight. Yeah, of course you are. You've never not been allowed to talk about ants. I'd love it if we could change the subject. I forgot about the distance. I know it's gonna kill my healing later, but... Oh no. I think I might have screwed myself. No. Ah, yeah. Oh, this is gonna be hard. I am gonna be a little slow to reply to any ant comments because I am on a knife's edge here. Try healing before. Okay. Swordsman's on its way. Again, public enemy number 1 is the Magician. Oof. I wasn't paying attention to the energy. Ah! I should have got a hit on him. No way! I think I just screwed myself. But it's not... Again, it's not over until I've lost all my health, so... I've pulled back from worse, although I am going to need to heal. That was actually a good run of health. Okay. So beware the swordsman, and take out his magician friend as soon as possible. Beautiful. I don't know what I thought I was doing there. health situation is going to be a bit dire, but I should be able to get at least one recharge. I gotta get these guys on the same side, otherwise it's a waste of time. Okay. Damn. Ooh, I just sacrificed a lot of health for nothing there. Okay, I beat this guy before. I just need to keep my head. Yikes. Oh, Jesus. Oh man, that was a dirty attack. Huh. So, as the little guys that make massive ant metro sim, how many stomachs does an ant have? Stomachs does an ant have? 1, 2, or 3, 2? Hey, that's neat. I did not know that. This is actually why I like Telwyn Mosswood, the artist formerly known as Greenwood, used to do riddles in chat, which was a nice little contribution to the stream as well. This is the part where it gets a bit like Mario, where you know that like you can get to the last world, but the only way you get practice on the last world is by going through all the ones before. Oof. I'm glad. I was a little worried that that might come off as too flippant, but... Man's favorite food or drink? Oh man. I mean, I would have guessed, like, sugar, but that's only because of what I've seen. Possibly fruit, I guess. Which, I guess, would have sugar inside of it, but different from... It's different from, like, Grape Crush. Oop. Ah! Jesus, sorry, I'm trying... I really want to see how this quiz turns out. Go with apple since it's sweet. Yeah. This is gonna be scary. Okay. So Starbright Knight has apple, Valiant Cheese, anything they can carry. Imagine where it's available. Nectar, honeydew would probably be best. General answer, fruit. The secretion that ants get from farmed aphids is called honeydew. Okay. I gotta see what the Quizmaster says, though. You got us on pins and needles, Dozer Trouble. And I will stress, like TJ's Legacy, if you want to participate in chat, like, you are allowed to. I really need to be clear on the content. So, as always, something very sweet and something a flying insect makes. Are you gonna say honey? Oop. Honeydew also the name of them. Yeah, actually, I've only ever known honeydew as a melon name. I kind of feel like if it was honey, though, that this is something that cheese would have got. Sorry, I really need to stop reading chat while... Honeydew is right, but also bees honey. Okay. This is probably my least favorite one. There are parts which feel like a bit of a grind. This one definitely feels like kind of more of a penance. Mind you, I think it's designed that way. Like, okay, I really gotta smarten up. Unbelievable. I think I'm dead. Yeah. It's getting close to 3 in the morning. I really wanted to see this thing through to the end. But I did promise another region. If I couldn't get through the Coliseum tonight, so damnation. Alright. It's pretty clear which parts I've got down. So this part's been giving me a little more trouble than it did last time. It could just be my carelessness. But given the fact that this is kind of a preview of what I'm going to have to deal with, in a later stage. Okay. I'm sorry I'm not participating in the bee quiz, but I'm sure you guys still want to see some Hollow Knight. Exploding bat or flashback. My sober and friendly commentary, I'm sure. Alright, no excuses on this one. We get through it like every other tough thing that we need to get through. Oops. My dashes were really off on that. So, group. Healing isn't helpful if I can't take it with me, so... Ooh. Oh, Jesus. All right, there's another part to this, but no more aspens. Although, like, this is another part where I've wound up having more trouble than I should. I feel like I've really started to disrespect these other enemies, and it's often come at the expense of being in a better position for later parts in the fight. Although, in fairness, like, I'm able to get through the subsequent parts without too much difficulty. It's really that, like, the current wall that I have is that that big monster. Good. Get rid of the big guy if I can. Like most aggressive carpenter ant, really? Oh wait, that was no. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong ones. Sorry, I really should be focusing on the game. I do. Just to be clear, especially Dozer Trouble, because I know you don't always get the respect you deserve on your ant knowledge. I'm actually delighted that you're taking my chat through an ant quiz. Because it means you're doing a better job of entertaining people than I'm doing right now. And I apologize for not giving it closer attention, but I'm really trying to make magic happen on this fight. So if I'm not engaging with it, it is definitely not because I don't find it interesting. It's just it's a little hard for me to focus on both. But I do keep the chat logs. There's not enough activity for everything to get thrown away. So anything that I don't get a chance to look at right away, I'll be able to follow up on. But I apologize for that because I know it is something that needs that matters to you, and I don't want the support that I spoke to you earlier to be just words. Oh man, what was I thinking? This guy isn't my favorite, but he's not like I have something of a game plan for him, which involves recklessly losing health for no apparent reason. Oh man, that was a set of bad decisions. Oh, come on. I really let myself down there. Oh no. I just damaged myself. I'm not even remembering where the platforms are now. Oh, Jesus. If I could have done damage to the wizard, then it would have been worth it. But that was just pure damage I took for no reason. And I'm getting close to death. I'm gonna damage. Okay. Again, I just need to keep my head. This one should be manageable. I don't heal because the new guy's coming. Good. I take reckless damage for no reason here. I don't know why I try turning this into a brawl. It's not worth it. Okay, I gotta get out of there. Oh, Jesus, I thought that thing was dead. I wish I had a way of freezing that thing. Oh man, I don't know where I'm supposed to dodge the goop. Yeah, it feels like that goop is like undodgeable now. Alright, so here's a question for you guys. Would you like to see another round of the Coliseum, or would you like me to see to do another part of the map? I don't necessarily feel quite like I'm ready to pack it in, but I do feel like I've hit a little bit of a wall with the big monster. I don't know if there's any strong feelings one way or the other on it. New part of the map would be nice? Okay. Sorry, I'm leaving in shame. Probably should figure out where I want to go. Oh, you were asking earlier, Valiant Cheese. So the abilities that I have are Vengeful Spirit, Desolate Dive, so that's kind of the butt stomp, and then I have Howling Wraith, which is an upward attack. Also Dash Slash now. Oh yeah, maybe there's something about that. Sure. I mean, I'm not sure. So I don't have a full read. Oh, hang on. Is there something I can do in the City of Tears? I feel like I had that closed off. So this is kind of what I've got here. I've sort of been under the impression that I can't make it to these other areas that have... I've sort of been pursuing the masks. So now that I think of it, I'm actually trying to think where there's more stuff for me to do. I guess maybe something in Crystal Peak? I could give that a try. But yeah, so my preferences would probably be either the City of Tears, which I think I've hit the limit in terms of where I can go. Crystal Peak, and then I'm assuming that the mask beneath Green Path is something that I can't get past yet. Call him CSI's relief that they can live for a bit longer. You are very kind. So, yeah, I want to stress, guys, like, the backseating stuff really gets to me. I get, though, that not everyone feels the same way about it. So my promise is that as long as that wish is honored, it's like it's status quo antebellum. Otherwise, like if I get upset about backseating, it doesn't mean that you can't participate in other parts of the channel. It also doesn't mean that I need to like be, coddled, although it helps, because obviously I want to be able to enjoy games. I was asking for that, I guess. But like, I do need to stress, like, you are definitely allowed to talk about other stuff inside of the stream. You're definitely allowed to be an active participant. It's I'm not going to belabor the point. Otherwise, you already know sort of how I feel on the rest. But I did just want to be clear. Like, it's fine to move on, and I don't intend to hold a grudge. Oh, I can't remember if I have my regular loadout anymore. I feel like I may not be using the... Oops. I feel like I may not be using the... one of the soul... what am I looking at charms wise? Nope, this is my usual. I may find something that I like, something else that I like, but for now we'll work with this. I guess the only real option I have, if I'm gonna go this way, would be... wait, so how do I get to Crystal Peak then? That's a good question, Starbright Knight. I'm going to defer to Dozer Trouble on this one, but I believe they can actually become massive underground, if I'm not mistaken. Do you have any views on that, Dozer? Because that's actually one I'd really like to know the answer to myself. Okay, so it looks like we can head down, but we don't have a direct path up. Maybe it's better that I use the stag. Oh, on. Did I not open? All the environments are pretty, but yes, I agree that Crystal Peak is a handsome location. All right, yeah, so if we go from the tram to the resting grounds, I should be able to move up to the right, and then I suspect these areas of Crystal Peak that I haven't explored yet are because I don't actually have access to them. But it's not like I have anything better to do. I wonder if I've done this. Respect must pay. So tired. Infected Crossroads, man. I think I have been here before, but it's with two streams worth of Coliseum stuff. It's starting to run together a little bit in terms of the new stuff that I've seen inside the game. This is, of course, one of the challenges too. Is that given that there's now these infected areas. Oops, man, these guys are so easy to miss. It's possible that there are new areas of the map in places that I sort of feel like I've already explored. I think the only thing this gets me is, well, I was asking for that. To make sure there weren't any secrets. So yeah, given that there's these infected areas which are, you know, have kind of changed the look pretty dramatically, it's entirely possible that I'll be heading to familiar areas with entirely new features. Mind you, I'm also not that bothered by by that possibility, because even when I've gone through areas that I felt have been, you know, too familiar, I've usually wound up finding like a secret of some kind. I'm learning. Okay, pretty sure we've already dealt with that one. So, let's move up. Yeah, this should take me to Crystal Peak. Oops, that's not a good place to check your map. Okay, so now we're properly in Crystal Peak. Now there is a higher level, so I want to take a quick second here. It looks like... So, well, you know what? I'll do my best to... So it's down and up. I'm going to try and get to that... I'm going to try and get to that higher area through here. I feel like I've done it before, but it's possible I'll wind up very lost. Oh, come on. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to get that. Oh, but what did it get me? Yeah, there was a much easier way up there. Ah, yes, these guys. Run for your lives! Sheep. The way they go to war with one another is they collect resources and make new ants, and they go to war, and they run out of ants until the other side still has lots of ants, and they'll kill the other colony. Actually, one... this isn't related to ants, but one concept that is terrifying to me is coral wars. Like the idea of coral stinging and growing over a rival colony. Like that is just freaky to me. Hello. I may want to equip a... Oh no, I know where I am. I think anyway. Maybe I don't. I remember this spot. I actually think this is the first... Good God. I think this is the first area I ran into these Death Stars. Sorry I missed you. If you're feeling lost, why not pop up to our store in Dirtmouth and purchase a map in this area. Available now for an excellent price. Okay, so I believe this is the second sort of jagged crystal path. So if I head up, that would start taking me to the bench and the areas I haven't explored yet. Okay, so there's something interesting up there for me, and this is making me think that there's a reason I haven't been up to these other areas. So to the right there should be some kind of a bench. We'll take the bench, just in case. What is something I've always wondered about ants? That's a really good question. Do you mind if I think about it for a minute, Dozer Trouble? Because there's a couple of ant facts. Okay, actually, so... I don't know if this is one that you can answer. I have heard that in certain situations when ants will need to, like, make a bridge... Some ants will sacrifice themselves to make the bridge. And the question I sort of have... I have a difficulty conceptualizing it. Because I'm trying to think of the circumstances under which the sacrifice would be necessary, I guess, is where I get a little weirded out. Like, why can't the ants, like, just, you know, use their comrades as a bridge and then... you know, and then pull them back. I mean, obviously that wouldn't work for cases where it has to go underwater, but like, is it... I'm just curious if this is a, you know, just a procedure that I'm a little that I'm misunderstanding. Oh, is it floods? Okay, well, yeah, if it's a flood, then I think I understand. I was under the impression, though, they would actually build bridges across like gaps as well. So maybe that would be my question. Can they in fact build bridges over gaps? Oh, this place. Yeah, if the crushers were going, I would I'd lose it. Like there's absolutely no ending under which that would be a good thing for me. All right. So it's clear there are other places for me to check out. What's not clear is how I access them. So we climb our way up. And there is a grate that I can't get past here. One path for access would be to climb up over here, but I don't have the height. This has a roof. Or a ceiling. I guess it's possible that ants in bridge mode just don't leave that state since the rest of the colony is still using that. Okay. Now, here's a question I have for you that I'm going to turn this around on you a little bit. Those are... Oh, well, there's something... Shopkeeper's key. Well, there's definitely a spot that I haven't checked out yet. I'm a little bit curious... Because you clearly know your stuff in terms of ants, and as you mentioned, it's something that you became really fascinated by. Is there something that you have wondered about ants that you have not been able to discover yet? Because I think it was Cheese who was saying that there's a lot that we don't understand about their behavior, and I'm curious if there's something that for somebody who's maybe an expert like yourself, or at least a well-informed enthusiast. Hey, this guy. Quite a view, no? I'm not surprised you survived the trek through these shimmering caverns. There's an air of strength about you. I suspect it would be quite intimidating if not for your small stature. Did it sadden you to see those miners below, still laboring at their endless task? Even overcome, strong purpose has been imprinted upon their husks. The crystal ore is said to contain a sort of energy, not as powerful as the soul the city dwellers harnessed, but far less lethal. The Ant X-Files. Strange to know such ancient facts. I wonder from where my knowledge comes. At this high vantage, I can just make it out, the light from that sad little town. I doubt its residents would even comprehend the scale of the world that surrounds them. So small, it seems. I like this guy. I don't know. Actually, I like all the characters in this one. As I said, like, for those of you who are maybe in here a little bit later, Dozer Trouble was talking about some of the difficulty that comes from, having the kinds of enthusiasms that they do, and, that people may not necessarily appreciate it. And I think the important thing to remember is that, this is a big, beautiful world that you can explore. It's full of stuff that I haven't really seen in other games. And the way this stuff happens is from people looking at things, the other way. Like, I don't know what kind of a person you need to be or what kind of interests you have to be able to imagine this, this underground world with, crystal bugs that shoot, beautiful but deadly formations at you. And that's one of the most interesting things. I mean, I get a very, very small glimpse at what that is like when I work on some of the problems that I enjoy working on. That there's kind of something bigger out there, or something very exciting to sort of motivate you to keep looking deeper. But you know, really wonderful things like this don't come into existence if you don't have unusual interests. Let's say, wow, I really just ignored this whole area. So that's where some of the ant facts have been coming from. I've been delighted by them, by the way, but I think it's neat that it was ants because, of course, you know, it ties so well to this particular game. Oops. I wanted to see if I could dash away. Oh, that's fiendish. Ooh, this is a tight window. Oh, I screwed up. Oh no. Made it. We're continuing my no-hit run. Ooh. Consumed the crystal heart. Hold S while on the ground or clinging to a wall to concentrate the force. Release the button to blast forwards and fly through the air. Okay. Cool. No! I was wondering if I could go up. Oh, so it has to be on the... Oh no, but I could be on a wall. Word. You wondered because ants communicate through pheromones, and one of them is to tell the colony where there's food. So you wonder what would happen if you placed a food pheromone on an ant. Would the colony turn on its own worker? You saw a bug do that last night. Oh, the flying thing or the colony turning on them? Both are fascinating. Although one is decidedly happier than the other. Oops. Alright, I don't think there's going to be anything for me here, but let's not count it out. Oh, this is going to hurt. You know, if I'd known that was a Wanderer's Journal, I probably wouldn't have put the effort in. I'll admit I'm a little turned around. Okay, so we had the big crystal gap. I feel like there should be a bench nearby. I think I'm gonna keep going to the left. I can always head back if I was wrong. I think I did turn myself around then. Okay, well I'm not quite ready to give up on this, so let's see from the map. Oh wait, if we found a new area, then it wouldn't be on the map. So I'm gonna guess. Oops. Sorry, I'm reading chat, and I've put myself in a corner now. Oh, that was really I feel like I should have known that story, but I'm seeing it now. That's really sweet. Sorry, I am so again, it's worth remembering, guys, I didn't get any sleep last night, so I am sort of feeling the effects of 2 sleepless nights. And that's going to mean my movements in this are probably going to be a bit erratic. And I'm going to get turned around a bit. I might equip the compass, but that would require me to find a bench in the first place. So you have to bear with me kind of going in circles a bit. Ah, okay. So apparently up and to the right would have a bench. Oh, I got another question for you, Dozer. So, this is it's gonna be another weird one. I know that, like, some different types of animal wind up sort of having these unusual unusual relationships to others. I'm trying to think of some examples. So, like, or actually, you know, even for plants, right? There's certain types of fruits and vegetables which are actually, you know, maybe not fruits or not vegetables. Oysters count as mollusks, where I know normally people would think of mollusks as, you know, octopus, squid. Is there a relative to the bee, or not the bee, the ant, that is surprising to you? Or do you know of any? Because I'm actually sometimes delighted by... I said I was going to equip the compass, didn't I? I'm sometimes delighted by what some of these some of these turn up with. It may be that the bees are actually fairly uniform, but I also know crabs. Like I kind of like crabs too. I know that they sometimes have like their things that we call crabs are not necessarily the same. Like they're not as related as you would think, I guess is the way to put it. At least to my understanding. Again, it's fair to say if it involves the natural world, I know very little of it. I am very much a product of all the virtual worlds I spend time in, which is probably not a great feature of me, but... Okay, so we know we can't get up there. There apparently is something... Excuse me. Somewhere further we can go towards the resting grounds. And then... There's something further... two areas further in Crystal Peak. I guess the areas that are further in Crystal Peak are a little more... are a bit closer. You think ants are related to bees? I mean, the form seems the same. Now, I guess we need to find out whether or not bees have two stomachs. and Enders has got the most important ones. Any good ant jokes? Oh, that's mean. Oh, I think I'm off. I just made it. I think I should try taking a look down below first. Yeah, this is all brand new. No maps for these territories. Damn you! Yeah, Desert. Actually, so, you know, I probably can't say this now. I actually don't remember if I properly shouted out Valiant Cheese. He does stream on Twitch. Beware of mimicry. And you can feel free to put the link in, Good. You can feel free to put the link in chat, but Valiant Cheese is a game developer, and he made a very good city builder, so something like SimCity, called Hive Time, and it's a game where you manage a bee colony. And one of the things that he's included inside of it was a Beepedia, which has a number of bee facts. And so I'm a member of Opedia, sorry if I pronounced that correctly, but they do share a superfamily, a suborder. See, the trick is if you hadn't corrected yourself, I wouldn't have known otherwise. Wait, really? No, come back!
Really?
Ah, hello again. How have you been faring? Have you come to me because of your regrets? Let me peer into you. Ah, you don't appear to have any lingering regrets. How lucky for you. You don't need the services of one such as I. If you want to... Oh, no! If you want to put the link inside of chat, Cheese, there's no limits in terms of the in terms of whatever you can put inside. I mean, it may be that you don't have or like you don't want to put the link, but please don't feel there's a prohibition on my end to stop that. After more supplies, you've already bought so much. Unfortunately for now, you've cleaned us out of anything worth selling. Cornfur will no doubt be pleased, though I wonder what he plans to spend all that geo on. Sanjo. Are you enjoying yourself down in the ruins? At times my husband makes Hallownest sound a wonder, but sometimes it seems like a ghastly, dangerous place. I don't have anything else to buy. That's not entirely true. I haven't run into the people who have stuff that I can't afford yet. That noisy old lift, where does it go? Up to the old mines they carved into the peak, I suppose. Although it helps your preferred narratives about discoverability if you have more referrers that come from search engines and internals. All right. Well, all of you, I want to go. Okay, if you guys want to give Valiant Cheese a hand, I want you to all go to your favorite search engine and type Hive Time and click the click the link. Get your friends to do it. Set up a botnet. Call your friends in Russia. Get them to hack a bunch of phones, unsecured computers. See if you can get a 0 day. Let's get an army of people checking out the Hive Time chat. I guess that's probably better for like a 19.4 stream. All right. Have you been up there? Is it true that crystals grow everywhere you step? A villager brought some of those crystals back to the village once. I don't understand the allure myself. You can't eat them. They don't make very good pillows. They hardly seem worth all the trouble to me. Do you know the caverns continue even below the capital? Few have ventured so deep, so the details are scant. Those who made it back told of impossibly old structures and roads formed as though the rock itself possessed a will. Feeling tired? That bench may be iron, but I assure you it's quite comfortable. There's no better place to collect your thoughts before heading below. Plus, I enjoy the company. Not that you seem the talkative sort. Okay, so we have a clearer view in terms of where we are in relation to Dirtmouth. It does look like there's another area we can be checking out at Crystal P. I probably should check that out before I go further. I was trying to think of some of the areas that I haven't been able to access. I suppose that area in Greenpath might be something that we can get past now. There's definitely a couple of areas in Greenpath that are now available to us. It's technically Hive Time is a pay what you want game. And it's when I streamed the game, I was careful to make the distinction because essentially what Valiant Cheese... I mean, Valiant Cheese can obviously speak on his behalf for his game, but the distinction is that Valiant Cheese wanted to try a model in which the people who would be able to afford to pay for the game could do so. But if people couldn't afford the asking price or otherwise weren't able to get the game, he wanted to put it out in a way that would allow people to be able to to still enjoy it. So for me as a broadcaster, it was really important to make that distinction, because if I say on a live broadcast that it's a free game, then that's going to put people's mind that the value of that game is zero. And that, Valiant Cheese did put money into making that game. And so it would be nice if he can at least recoup his investment and have some sort of return for the time that he put in. And so because sort of one of my roles as a broadcaster is to inform people of, the existence of the game. It's better, in my opinion, to start them off on the right foot to say that the game does have a value. There is a price attached to the game. It is possible to download the game and play it without paying anything. However, it is not the same as a free game in the sense that, on itch there are quite a few games where people did it just, as an artistic project or something, a small demo, and there isn't even an option to pay for it. So I think if that'll hopefully clarify that. Yes, now you know what Violet Cheese sounds like. What do you have there? Why, that's the key to my storeroom. I thought I'd lost it for good. Did you find it in the old mines, perhaps? Very curious. I've no idea how it ended up in such a remote place. Very honest of you to return it to me. Yes, very kind. And now that I can open my old storeroom up, I can sell you some of the rare stock that's been gathering dust in there. These items may be a little time-worn, but they still retain their full market value. Very precious stuff. Take a look. Okay. Oh yeah, this is affordable. So you're collecting these, aren't you? Well, you're in luck. I found another in my storeroom. This is the last one, though, so it's priced accordingly. As it turns out, I do actually have one more of these shards left. The very last one. I feel bad for charging you so much for the previous shards, especially because this means that I have to charge even more for this one. I dug out another one of these. It turns out that I had a complete set. If they didn't give me the creeps, I'd put the pieces together myself. Elegant key. An explorer found this fancy key floating in the waterways of the city below us. I've not cleaned it. Heavy blow. You enjoy smacking your foes with that nail of yours, right? With this charm equipped, you'll be able to send them flying further with every hit. That sounds fun, but unless it does more damage, it's not something I'd be huge on. Sprint Master. You like it? It's a recent addition to my collection. Handsome thing, isn't it? Holding it lets you run around quickly and tirelessly as though you were young again. Or so I'm told. So I'm a little curious how this one works. Back again. You know I haven't any stock left, yes? You've cleaned me out. Or were you hoping to sneak a peek at my mountain of Geo? Well, it's mine now, and fairly traded. You seem a little different. Something has changed in your bearing. Ah, the way you hold your nail. So you've learned a nail art. Very interesting. I wonder, do you have the passion to continue your training? Pocket's feeling empty? If you need some more Geo, take a trip into the ruins below us and hunt around. Just take care not to fall into a haze. I won't be coming down to rescue you. Alright, she didn't have anything else for us. Alright, I'll try clearing out what I've got in the crystal areas, but it is another 7 hours. Jesus. Sorry to the YouTube folks if you're watching all the way through. I mean, it's a good game. Knowing that I wouldn't finish the Coliseum, there's a side of me that wishes I had just, packed it in a little bit earlier on it, but I didn't really need to do the sprint for that. It's nice they're a bit forgiving in terms of your placement. I used to be so cautious about those beams, and now that I just got hit by one, I'm like, cost of doing business. Oh, that's great, Desert Trouble. I'm sure I'd love to hear what you think of it, and I'm sure if you wanted to let Cheese know what you thought of it, there is a review section on itch as well. Also, it's kind of cool because I'm assuming, I don't know how many of you use itch, but it's definitely been a source for a lot of the, like, you know, where do you find cool games like this games? Like Culta Simulator was an itch one. Yeah, I think there's a pro. Cheese has probably already put all the disclaimers and such inside. Okay, this is going to be interesting to see if I can make it to that right-hand side area with another spot for me to get through. Careful. There we go. It's not clear to me if there are spikes at the bottom of this thing, or... Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna... Well... Oh, this is neat. So I think this is how they prevent me... Oh no, hang on. Diabolical. Maybe not like Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is definitely a very polished game, but there is a game that I've played on this channel called Culta Simulator, which was it was a game available on itch before. This is a tricky one, actually. Okay, so. Oh, Jesus. There's a couple strategy games that I liked. A lot of Sean LeBlanc's games, his Bitsy games, he winds up hosting on there. The game I did with Valiant Cheese, Supply Chain, is on there. Supply Chain is definitely very different from Hive Time. Well, not so... I suspect you'll probably find the hook to Hive Time a little more exciting for you specifically than the one for Supply Chain. But Supply Chain is a management game sort of about trying to make sure that people are able to get what they need on time when they go to the store. You know what? I gave a much better description of it on Cheese's his like review. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't... Like, this is the thing. I don't want to run the game down, because number one, like, it's not just my game. If I run it down, you know, I'm running down Cheese's work as much as I am my own. Especially because he probably did the lion's share of it, so... you know, that's not the nicest thing in the world for me to do, and it wouldn't be true. But on the other hand, you know... The recommendation of Hive Time is definitely because I think it is more related to what you may personally be interested in. Oh, I absolutely did not need to do that. Deep focus. Naturally formed within a crystal over a long period, draws in soul from the surrounding air. The bearer will focus soul at a slower rate, but the healing effect will double. Ooh. I really like the... So, some of the most interesting charms in this game definitely seem to be the ones that offer some trade-offs. You know, it's a little bit like why a lot of the items in Darkest Dungeon are interesting, is that there is no item that is a strict. So like compare what we're doing in Everspace 2 to the charms in Hollow Knight, or the I'm trying to think, or the items in Darkest Dungeon. Like these are objects that I think I'm gonna go down into the right. Hang on, there's more? That can't be right. I'm gonna go sit on the bench just to make sure I'm not losing my mind. Run for your lives! I was so careful and so not careful. At this point I need to get on the bench just so I can recharge my health. I got very lucky there. Oh yes, I saw your Discord notice for that. Thanks for letting me know, Cheese. Sorry, I was gonna say something and then I completely lost my mind because I really need sleep. Okay, so we've seen everything on the left-hand side of the Forgotten Crossroads. It looks like it does seem that there is a little something to the right of the resting grounds, and then there's a couple of higher up spots that we can't access yet. Health is a crutch. Lasers are fun. I'm gonna call you Endors of the speedrunning wisdom. I probably should be attacking more people so that I can get my soul back up. These things really freak me out, by the way. Like those spike traps that they leave for you are not fun. See? Stop! Alright. So why didn't I explore here? Oh, because it's on the other side. What is the fastest bug? Anything by Microsoft? Sorry. Absolutely nothing can go wrong entering a place that looks like this. I'm pretty sure Martha Stewart lives here. See? Crystallized mound. Well, this is gonna be exciting. No! Oh, Jesus Christ. Oops. Sorry, checking chat. I really don't deserve this health if I'm going to behave like that. Oh no! Run for your lives! The Reaper is coming! No way. Oh, Jesus. I need to start making some hard decisions because I do not have a lot of health left. Well, this is interesting. Consumed descending dark. Ooh! Tap A while holding down to strike the earth with a burst of power. Spells will deplete your soul, replenish soul by striking enemies. I wonder if that will get me through those dark... I wonder if that'll get me through some of those dark areas. Oh, that's right, I don't have a map for this area. I feel like I probably have already got everything that I need to see inside here, but I didn't actually get to look, so... No! You know, I gotta be honest, when I say I didn't get to see everything, what I really mean is I didn't get to kill everything in this area. Shameful. I'm still gonna try for it. Although I feel like the only thing I'm really gonna get out of this is, more lost health. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's not as bad as all that. I'm glad that's not a I would have raged so hard if that wound up being a mimic. All right, so the persistence paid off. Let me just think for a minute about what I'll find in the resting grounds again. So I could try, I guess if I really want to try the Coliseum again, resting grounds is probably my best place to go. Yeah, you know what? I'll do one last tilt at the windmill in the Coliseum. Reason I'm doing that is I feel like... So I feel like I would still want to give that a shot. Assuming I remember how to get there. And I realize that it takes a bit of effort for me to to make it there. So at least being able to lock in the bench, I can decide after the fact, okay, you know what, maybe I don't want to go there. Right, there's that weird path that I took this time around where... maybe not. No. I remember there was this weirdness with the elevator that you don't actually take the elevator, you have to do something with the shaft to... Yeah. Oh man. I don't think there's any way for me to climb that without without having this super dash. It certainly makes it more convenient. Yeah, so Green Path definitely had some of those. There was the Fungal Wastes. No, hang on. Fungal Waste may not. There's 2 potential candidates in Green Path for sure. A lot of the crystals, we've already run into those. I definitely think there was another one that I'm like my memory's failing me on. It's neat though, like it definitely feels it feels like it opens up a whole lot of other areas, but it isn't it doesn't like crack the thing as wide open as you might imagine. So I suspect there's a bunch in Crystal Peak for us to take a peek at. Yeah, so the map's starting to get filled in. I am a little curious about the shaded area. I have to assume that the shaded areas are indicating spots that I haven't quite gotten the full picture of yet. So there might be something between the Forgotten Crossroads and the City of Tears for me to check out. There's probably something at King's Pass. Those will be sort of my secondary considerations. What I really want to be focusing on right now... Well, there's 2 things. One, I now have a really cool new toy to help me get access to new areas. In addition, I do want to, you know, it wouldn't hurt to just kind of walk around and smell the roses a little bit to be able to see whether or not there's other secrets that I haven't found. I've gotten quite a bit better at finding secrets in the game now, so I want to take advantage of that if I can. Alright, so if So Soul Catcher, basically there are 3 charm slots that are potentially open. So we got Wayward Compass, Gathering Swarms, Stalwart Shell, Soul Catcher, Shaman Stone, Soul Eater. Well, if I got rid of the Soul Catcher... Well, that would free up 3, but I'd still have the Mark of Pride and the Long Nail. Doesn't feel like the Sprint Master does a whole lot. Yes, there's a bit of an improvement. Yes, we did gain another notch for a charm. We might also be at the point where we can get another one. Okay, I gotta try this. I'm not, you know, I may not do a lot, but let's practice. Let's practice a few things. I am going to assume, because this is the heroic odor, that this is basically Axe body spray that I'm emitting. Okay, well, it does seem to have some kind of an effect if I hang out in the area. So this, oddly enough, this might actually be helpful in that close quarters fight. I'm not sure I'll keep this for the next fight, but, you know, it's a fun experiment. Actually, this will be devastating if I can get on top of someone like that. Yeah, so the only real I mean, I can see why it's a one-notch charm. It's just too the range is too short to be. It's definitely not a compliment to my long nail, let's say. But I don't know. It's interesting. Oh god, it's got the crazy eyes! No, I've not heard of Empires of the Undergrowth, unless that was specifically for cheese. At which point, let me just horn in on your conversation and say, I too have not heard of. So actually, one case where the axe effect might be helpful is when I make people chase me around like this. I really thought I had enough to take them out. Okay. But yeah, if I'm making somebody chase me, the axe effect is probably going to be useful. I didn't realize how much of my souls were being generated from me getting hit, so this is admittedly kind of interesting to sort of penalize myself. So I'm wondering if my strategy has sort of implicitly been built on letting people hit me too much, knowing that it gets me like, I kind of have a get-out-of-jail-free card in terms of health. So what I'm thinking is I might have basically I might have adapted to having a bunch of souls as a result of getting hit a whole lot, and so I'm over-reliant on healing than maybe what would be justified in a fight like this. And so by getting rid of the grub song, I might be sort of equipping myself to better handle what's coming up. I'm probably making it a bigger deal than it really is. It could just be that I suck and I need to get better, but that is always a very reasonable hypothesis for games. Alright. Mind you, as a whole, this is going okay. All this extra damage is a worry, but... Okay, I am a bit worried about my ability to generate health. Oh, bad. I gotta find a source of soul. Oh man. I didn't realize he had another spawn. Oh really? That makes me mad. It's kind of a cheap spot for that guy to be, if I'm totally honest. Why am I running from you? I think was going to happen. I know that this other guy's spawning. Okay, took more damage than I wanted to on this, but it is a straight up fight, so... And I've got the power of the axe. Alright, easy does it here. There's no reason for me to take damage on this phase. Okay. Okay, that's unfortunate, but if I leave it at 1, I'm still in good shape. Good. I used to be able to dodge all that nonsense. Okay, no healing at this point. I'm a little worried about it, but... How many of you thought I was not going to get that heal? Easy does it here. Ah, damn. I did not think there was going to be another guy there, so... No! I'm watching this fight flash before my eyes. Oh, that is such a shame. Okay, as heroic as I feel wearing... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. I wonder if there's something else a little more appropriate. You know, I have not tried the Thorns of Agony. Let's see what that brings to the table. Thanks, Endors. Well, thanks all of you, but yeah, that was my cap is now at the same spot. I'll admit I don't have a good strategy for the big monster yet. That's going to be something that I need to contend with. But I am going to try and starve myself of the souls that come from getting hit, because I think if I become too reliant on healing strategies, then that just causes me more problems in the future. Speaking of becoming too reliant on healing. Okay, I gotta stop this nonsense. Oh, Jesus. Oopsie. So I see the horns, okay. I see the thorns do damage. I'm trying to think if this is a net benefit to me. I can see some ways where it's helpful, but I feel like the net effect might still be the same as the grub souls. Let's get a little healing in. Oh, Jesus. Oops. Damn. You can kind of tell I'm practicing for that future bit, but single of these units is not really what the issue is. It's the group and the potential that they're going to be throwing the orange goop at me. That's the worry. Damn it. Careful. I'd love to try and get a little extra souls out of this, but I know we're going to be dealing with the helmets next. Yeah, I'm not totally sold on these thorns yet. Like, we'll see what happens in the... We'll see what happens in the other parts, but I'd honestly just rather have the souls. I've released the Kraken. Ah, I thought I had the reflexes. Man, that guy does not quit. So the alternative Aspen strategy is just to run away from it. Good. Yeah, no worries, Dozer Trouble. I'm probably gonna be wrapping up reasonably soon, I think. I've said that a couple of times though, so it's just if I'm gonna, especially if I'm gonna have extended times where I'm dealing with my feelings about backseating, I want to try and end on a high note. Okay. Not the best figure for me to try and heal off of, but... Damn it. Okay, not great for the health, but the abominations should give me a little flex. All right, swordsman. I really wanted to get him down. Yeah, so if you've got a highly mobile enemy like this, the thorns do nothing for you. Ah! I was thinking I should try and sneak a heal in, but... Oh, no! That was a little greedy. Deal with public enemy number 1. Myself. Run for your life. Okay. So this should be a straightforward fight now. Assuming I don't fall off any ledges like I've been wont to do. Oh, that's a sneaky place for him to wind up. Okay, nail coming. I announced that to myself because the number of times I have let myself get caught by that is embarrassing. Lose our head. Damn. It's a heal I won't be able to take advantage of later, but... Okay, I gotta get out of the way. Ooh, alright, so I think the gaps happen when, I think the gap happens when he's close to the edge. I'm not gonna try the other sneaky heal. Maybe the middle one. Definitely taken a lot of damage at this first one. Okay, not bad. Damn. I need to stop panicking. Oh no. I just watched this run vanish before my eyes. If I can get on the ground to heal, I'm good, but I don't know what comes next. I'm not going to be able to heal at this rate. No way. Well, peace with honor. Yeah, those thorns aren't doing it for me. All right. Let's not lose our heads. Interesting. You know what? As interesting as that is, I feel that's not quite the reliable friend I need right now. Yes. Yeah, so that was definitely progress. I still need to work on the... I obviously still need to work on the... obviously still need to work on the bouncy bit. But we've got some more clear strategies for the later phases. The only thing is just it takes so much time to go through that fight. Like it is at the point now where this is as much of an endurance match as it is anything else for me. I don't know, I feel like there's a big boss at the end that's just waiting to make me sad. Oh, I was doing so well on that. So again, trying to get a little more practice bouncing on people's heads. Oh, if it's Zod again, I would be so happy. I would play this. I would be up until 6 in the... Oh my god, it's already 4. I would be up until 6 in the morning playing this if it was Zod. Like if I knew it was Zod. Turns out saying that I'm going to be up until 6 playing this isn't all that much. I cannot believe how long I've been playing this thing. Oh, come on! Getting slightly better at my aspid dodges. Okay. Well, this isn't going to serve me well at the end, is it? No! Oh, Jesus Christ. I want to hit these guys on the noggin, but I think I'm just going to let the bats do the work. get the souls from the shells. That wasn't a Crazy Eyes one, but that was Crazy Eye adjacent. Don't talk about how much I hate it, talk about how good it is to practice. Okay, now I'm in trouble. Ah, Jesus. I don't see a way out of this, but yeah. Alright. I think... okay, I'll do one more, but I'm gonna go back to the... original configuration. I think at this point here, though, I'm, you know... I went in weak, and given that it's 4 in the morning and I've been streaming for 8 hours, I don't really think I'm gonna be delivering anything better. And more importantly, the more I eat into the early morning now, the less I'm gonna be able to get done tomorrow. And I do need to start recording some Cultist Simulator and Oblivion episodes. I actually have been recording another series for YouTube, which I'm not 100% sure I'm gonna release. But I at least want to be consistent in getting those recorded. Because if I don't record them, it certainly won't be released. I don't know what I thought I was going to accomplish there, but... Oh, Jesus. This is bad. I mean, I'll get over this, but, like, this is not the way I want to start a fight. Alright. Every Aspid needs to be like that. I used to be much more disciplined on being able to pogo. Like this whole session, I feel like I've not been delivering on some basics. Shameful. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, so that does work. I don't know what I thought I was trying to do there. I'm terrible. Oh no! Oh no! I really wanted to try just magic them away, but I always bungle it. Seriously, I'm against an Aspid for my last on this. How am I gonna heal? Okay, well the longer I stay here, the more likely I'm gonna get hit, so... Oh, sneaky. Oh, man. I need to just calm the hell down. Like, these things are not... These things need to be respected. I'm in trouble. I don't know why I always want to heal in that spot, or even stand in that spot for that matter, but boy, do I ever pick them. Okay, if I can get rid of the big... No, if I get rid of the big guy, the Mantis comes. I can probably get one heal. Yeah. I timed that wrong. Okay, this should be my healing opportunity. Ooh. Wow. That's what desperation looks like. Yeah, it's mostly just thinking about, like, so if I have the big guy who charges and the Mantis, I tend to find that a little harder to deal with than the more standard guard. I shouldn't have dashed. So close. Ah, damn it. So yeah, the big guy is by far the more difficult one to handle when the Mantis is around. Either one in isolation is manageable, but the... Okay. I just gotta get something out at this point. Okay. Any healing is good healing. Ah, damn it. Okay, this is gonna be hard. Again, I just gotta keep my head while the slimes are running around. I'm gonna take... okay. It's not great, but it'll tide me over. That was stupid. I should have picked a side. Ah, Jesus. I cannot afford to be making these mistakes right now, not with this health. This is gonna be hard. spell guy next. Oh no, he'd sight that. So if I can avoid some damage on this one, I've got a fairly good chance of healing by the end of this, but I think I just foreclosed on that. Never say never, but it's going to be a little harder. Okay. So if I can generate some souls, that's ideal. But I can't take anything for granted right now. Even bouncing around the environment, you know, that just potentially winds up with me on spikes. Okay, deal with spell guy first. You want to hit me? Come and hit me! Okay, not bad. Stick to the plan. Okay, that was foolish, but we can manage. That's going to be harder to manage. Hold fast. Turn off the targeting computer and just feel the fight. Okay. A couple of dumb mistakes, but nothing fatal yet. Okay, the important thing is I can take all of this at my own pace. Alright, I think yeah. Oh well, you know what, that was not a bad run for it, but I don't know, how do you guys feel? It is almost 4:30 in the morning. I could probably try one more if you want, or we can end on that semi-high note. I don't mind trying it again, but I am gonna... I have a feeling I'm probably going to get stuck on that section again. Up for one more? Sure. Now, we'll see, the thing is, there's probably going to be a week before I can play this again. So everything that I'm learning now, I'm going to lose in a week. Or, you know, it'll be, I do it next week, I've had a good night's sleep, I'm in a better frame of mind, and I just, you know, I just walk through it. was dumb. Why did I jump straight into that? Okay, this is really stupid that I'm losing this much health to Baldur's. Ah! Jumping is not always the answer to the aspids. I need to... One day I will learn that. So the spikes... I mean, the spikes are potentially a read on how I might have an easier time of this one. But they could also be sort of a limiting factor in terms of getting a good read on how many hits those things can take. Yeah, that's 6 hits. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's a shame. To the, even though it's going to blow up, I got to get to the other side. I make fewer, for some reason, just with the bats, I make fewer mistakes when I'm on this end. Yes, I do normally raid someone at the end of the stream. I don't know who's online though, so if there's nobody online, I'll, you know, I won't be able to get that done, but there's usually someone kicking around. That's the most accurate I've ever seen one of those things. Oh, Jesus. Headbutting is not an acceptable aspid strategy, it turns out. I'll take it. The aspid threat is no more. Long live the sword. When you modify an emote, I believe you get it for 24 hours, but channel points aren't that hard to get. I mean, as long as you're in the channel, I think being present in the channel generates them, and then there's a button which if you push that, it will give you like a bonus. So that's sort of the like, are you actually here? Are you actively engaged in the stream button? So it gives a little reward for that kind of activity. But obviously, a lot of what this channel relies on are lurkers. So I never like to bank on the. Jump right in that. Again, a lot of unnecessary damage, but we should be able to see it through. Not the easiest healing situation, but... Oh god, that crossfire is devastating. I feel like they made this section harder because they knew I want to go to bed. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Careful for the swordsman. There's a couple guys coming after me. There we go. That was careless, but I'll manage. Damn it. There's really no excuse for me to get hit by that thing. I just didn't register it at all. Ah, Jesus. Three health on one electrocutioner. Okay, let's deal with the ad. Okay, that's one of the better rounds I've had of that. Naturally, I punish myself with spikes, but... I'm kind of mashing my fingers down, and I'm noticing that I'm not as responsive as I want to be on some of this stuff. My mind is going, Dave. Let me sing you a song. Daisy. It's a stupid way to lose health, and I can't afford to be making these mistakes at this point. Oh, that's health gone. That was really, really reckless, and that's probably going to cost me this round. Oh, not again! I thought the big guy was coming. Oh, that is so disappointing. Channeled nail. Cleft weapon of Hallownest. The blade is exquisitely balanced. All right, guys. I think that's it for me. That was a pretty stupid way for me to throw that run, and that was just based on me. That was really just based on me not thinking through. There was no reason for me to think that the big guy was coming at that point, except for the fact that I've been streaming almost 3 times as long as I normally do. And yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that so much of it was the Coliseum. It seems that at least some of you enjoy seeing that. I certainly liked doing it, and I appreciate those of you sticking through it with me. I don't even know how many people were watching, but let's take a minute here and see who we can find to host. Oh, this is interesting. Looks like Night Valian is doing Papers, Please. So, had a good run, and I've been streaming a bit. Yeah, I did, messing around with charms can be a lot of fun, but it can throw you off a little when you're used to that. Yeah, I actually really think that, I chose that combination for a reason. I think I realized that I was relying a little bit too much on the soul reserve for getting hit. But now that I know that that has created the wrong incentives in my head, I just need to be a little bit more cautious about getting hit. And you'll notice, like, the second to last run against the swordsman, like, did not touch me at all. And I am a little disappointed in myself that I didn't come a little bit more prepared physically for the stream. But it is what it is. I really try to avoid canceling streams unless there's, legitimate technical problems. My processor dying is an example of that. My internet provider shutting down for no apparent reason and not coming back. That happened when I was interviewing a game developer on GOG, by the way. I had to run. I'll tell you that story later. Some of you already know that story. But yeah, as I often say, as far as I'm concerned, the enjoyment of games does not come from beating them. So I appreciate you guys sticking around with me, seeing me make relatively little progress. We did make a quick diversion to the Crystal Caverns, but things need to go on. So I am going to raid Night Valian tonight. Night Valian was a little bit in the channel for a little bit, and he's currently doing Papers, Please, which is a wonderful game by Lucas Pope. If you've not seen it, this is a game by the person who did Return of the Obra Dinn. This is the game that that developer made before that one. I'm really interested in seeing how Night Valian handles it, and he definitely streams a bit later than me, so I'm sure you can get some good activity. Oh my god, it's almost 9 hours. So yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you, everyone. Dozer Trouble, it was great having you in the channel. I highly recommend Night Valian to you. He's another really friendly guy. But I'm going to need to probably send a really nice message to Eyes of Sin for hanging out. And I'm going to need to get a little bit of reading done. And overall, just kind of decompress a little bit. Because I'm actually I feel very tensed up from the last couple of rounds. I think I probably need to stretch a little bit more. Have a good night. I will see for live the next batch of you. Next batch of live stuff I'll see you on Monday. Some of you want to see Elder Scrolls. That'll be on Tuesday. Wednesday and Friday will either be Hollow Knight or Everspace or whatever else I feel like. So have a good one, guys. Please say hi to Night Valian for me.